Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts, it's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to Damien Home. That sounds really weird. Welcome to my channel, named after me, because I watched a content creator say you should do that. Hi. How's it going? Long time no see. It's been a few days. Hasn't been as many days as the last couple streams, because then before that there was the mass sicknesses, which a little bit happened again. The little stomach is doing weird things. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully tonight's the night that stops happening, because last night it happened again. So I'm really crossing my fingers tonight that everybody is feeling as well as they need to, and the show must go on. Well, no, the show must not always go on. Sometimes the show must stop, and that's what happened a couple weeks ago. And yeah, I'm just glad to be on something of a normal schedule again. I don't have a lot of updates, but tonight we're going to be discussing a discourse topic that I hold near and dear to my heart, which is music, and especially the bad stuff. I don't hold the bad stuff near and dear to my heart, but I hold the bad stuff in high analysis because I'm picky. I'm a real picky person. I thought long and hard about this particular topic, and I think what needs to happen is I need to be comfortable with the fact that this one stream, just this one stream, but especially this one stream, it's going to, well, hello, you house haver, you. I'm so happy for you guys. Good to see you. And I see things happening in chat that should have happened a long time ago. 2 YouTube Astro Bunbot messages. Love your face, Astro Bunbot. Thank you for doing your job. 1 in Twitch, which that one's been working for a long time. And 1 in... Wait, I thought I saw 1 in separate... Wait. Damn. I should be seeing more... Well, maybe I haven't fixed that command. I thought I was going to see 1 in Trovo, but maybe not. Maybe that's my fault. I need to fix so many things with my bot. I was doing some of that on Monday and then got super derailed by other things. Real. Hi and welcome. Not watching. Waiting. Commiserating. Nice. Yes. I do want to commiserate with you guys. I want to know what music you hate, why you hate it, what's so bad about it, what drives you away from that particular genre or sound. Is it the act? Is it like the front man? Does the front man have front man syndrome? You all know what that is. FMS? Maybe because I was in a band. Maybe because I was a front man. I'm all too familiar with what FMS is. And oof, yeah, it's hello Mars. Hi and welcome in. Yeah. Bad music is bad. Bad people often become musicians, and really bad people often become the leader of a band or an act, the front man or front woman. They just call it front man. The front man, if you will. Front man syndrome is basically like every other syndrome you can imagine. Napoleonic complex. Some people call something short man syndrome. They used to call that Napoleonic, but then people realized Napoleon wasn't that short. But people think that short men have an issue. Now you could say like the incel red pill sort of mentality. Like anybody who has just like a chip on their shoulder and they think they deserve things, right? Just by the status of some component of who they are, they have things coming to them. For what it's worth. Oh, yeah. Mom gave me 3 boxes years ago. Found out they were filled with plates and cups and wine glasses. Oh, how sweet. Welcome. A home, housewarming that you didn't even realize until you opened them. I hate the Eagles because we had a, Best of the Eagles album as a kid, and that's all we played in the car. Oh, there are a few songs like that for me too. And I think if any of you were born prior to like internet streaming of music became popular, it should be most of you because this, it's age gated stream. But the idea that people would buy their music and then listen to the bought music means that you didn't have a whole bunch unless you had a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of love to put that money toward music, right? So many people would sort of obsess over like a few albums, right? And some people, I've done this too, have just put on one album on repeat. Now, to my credit, one, I didn't have kids back in that era, but two, I don't think I ever wanted to subject anybody to when I was feeling like I needed to be in a loop. I was usually hiding in my own dark recesses in the corner of my house, all alone in my room, and just putting one particular album on repeat. And I even did this when digital music was more of a thing, just because there were times in my earlier years, not to say that this isn't happening still, where I was very mentally broken. And the only thing that helped me through the hard times sometimes was listening to an album, or even as little as one song. I'll do that with, those were very few days out of the total of my life where I just listen and listen and listen. But when other people did that to me and subjected me to their music, that absolutely burned me out real fast. I felt that way about a single song, which is You Are My Sunshine. I don't know if any particular famous artist has ever done it, but I've heard it around kids' song circles, and I've heard it before. And my one sister decided it would be a cute thing to sing to me. And then when I absolutely rankled and felt disgusted and wanted to run away from hearing that, she sang it more. She's much older than me, so she should have known better, but she used it as a torture device to bother me, and would keep singing that. The Sound of Music would be another great one. Rodgers and Hammerstein in general, but especially The Sound of Music's songs just rankle me, and they're not terrible songs. They all have an importance and a place in American musical culture, and I completely understand why some people have a warm place in their hearts for an interesting, nuanced musical like that, where the music is less than nuanced. But when you hear it every time your family wants to watch that musical over and over and over, those songs lose any meaning or any semblance of being what they are to the story, and just torture, actually. Just pure torture. For me, it was the Bee Gees, and it was my grandma. Was there a specific Bee Gees song that sticks out? The Bee Gees, I feel, even for fans, have got to be something that you would have like Worcestershire sauce or like Tabasco. You can't put the Bee Gees everywhere because their voices are so weird, right? Like, first of all, their 3-part harmonies kind of thick, and it's like in every song, in almost all, you know, they overuse harmony. They overuse that ha 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 sort of like weird tremolo effect on their voices. And the one, is it Barry who's the one with the voice that's like very high and very in the nose? Like his nose is half the voice. That's a really interesting, iconic voice every once in a while. But when you hear it all the time, I super feel like the Bee Gees are like dumping mustard on all of your food ever, all the time. Salad, mustard. Sandwiches, mustard. Pot roast, mustard. Spaghetti and meatballs, mustard. Donuts, mustard. It's like, it's too much, right? That's what it feels like it is to me. Wash your... Wow. I mean, if you want, if you guys are like that. Rod. I do like my D-Gens. Staying Live in particular, but she had a VHS of an HBO special she would play on repeat. Oh, no. And from time to time, Beat the Christ Out of Me. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's like a thing. Yes, Risa, there is music we hate. It's not that we hate music in general. It's, I don't participate too much in like Weasley titles, but I thought just an ounce of clickbait tonight might be fun, and not put, let's talk about the music you guys hate, but talk about like, does we hate music and see what people responded to, who it would bring in. Just a little bit of weaseling. I'm not usually this guy, but today, right now, I a little bit. I wanted to kind of be this. Why is it baking hot in here? What happened? The lights are roasting me, chat. I never call you chat, my fledglings, but tonight I'm calling you chat because I'm roasting. I'm too hot. I need to change the AC. Done. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Somebody who puts on music and then hurts you that's a special kind of low. That's trauma right there, right? That's like the opposite of when you had like a great romance and there was like your song that you slow dance to, and then you get married and grow old together, and that song like reminds you of all the times in your life. This is like the opposite of that. This is like when the army has those psyops and they like play a certain song and they see what it does to their captives. Don't we have evidence of the CIA doing that? Like picking a few different songs, and like, I feel so bad for those particular artists that they were chosen, but hey, you're the one that wrote that awful music in the first place too. Just something that's like off, right? There's something weird about their music. And so the the powers that be in intelligence were like, this song's probably going to really hurt somebody to hear for over and over again. I bet if somebody listens to this 1,000 times, they're going to it's going to cook their noodle. That sucks. I can't even listen to disco shit at all because of it. Yeah. And honestly, like, disco is one of those things, again, you get burnt out real hard. I feel like there's some genres of music that don't have enough variety among the different artists, and disco is one of those where it's like the triplet thumping bass over the dance, the regular 4 on the floor dance beat. Like, it's so overused. There are some like shining stars in disco, but man, did disco like cohesion. That is like every song wanted to sort of feel like it was really deeply in the genre and not like touching a toe in the genre, and so they end up sounding so samey. I subjected my family to the full cast recording of the Phantom of the Opera as a youth. There's nothing wrong with that, once or twice. In my defense, I was 9 and going through it. Yeah. I loved that. That was honestly, Phantom was the first musical that I heard that wasn't like Rodgers and Hammerstein. That was like, okay, somebody who can do things like a little bit darker and tell kind of a creepy story. And I was in horror since I was 5. 5 years old, we went to go rent a movie, because that's how old I am. Went to go rent a movie, and I immediately went to the horror section and picked out some old horror flick. I was like, this one. And my mom was like, let's see what happens, because she was kind of an overly permissive mom. And you know what? I loved it. It didn't traumatize me. I didn't get nightmares or anything. I wasn't like, oh no, I don't like horror after all. Mama, what did you do? I loved it. And I haven't looked back since. I've just been neck deep in horror ever since I was 5. And Phantom was like the first musical that really spoke to me, because it was, it taught me that musicals could sometimes be about horror, right? Oh, Botrix already joined YouTube and now decided to join it again. Twice. From 1 for each. Thanks, Botrix. You're doing some weird stuff. I'm probably going to have to remove Botrix from the equation. I'm sorry. I have probably a litany of 6 different bots that help me do my stream, and half of them have already like been let go, but they still work in the building. It's like that guy in Office Space who's in the basement and they took a stapler, but he's still there, like thinking he's going to collect paychecks, but nobody's paying him. I have a bunch of bots. I have bots in my Discord and bots in my live stream that don't actually do anything. I hate whatever others enjoy. I knew a lot of people that were like that, and for a little while I started to traipse down that path. The like hipster idea, right? There's this concept that if a song or a band gets too popular and too mainstream, then they're not good anymore, which is like, probably the opposite of what's actually true. If something's super popular, then that means it's actually good, or a bunch of people wouldn't like it, right? but there are people who prefer songs that are so nuanced and require like a little bit higher level of training to the ear, or just overexposure to the basics, that you want something more complicated. And then the other people out there that still think the basics are all there is out there and still enjoy them, don't follow along. But I used to be that way a little bit. Now I like both. I like nuanced music and I like popular music, and I don't differentiate. But there was a while where I wanted to say, if it's too popular, I won't like it. I remember my grandma had the Sweatin' to the Oldies videotapes. Oh no. Were those Gene Simmons workout tapes? I imagine that those songs get old after a while, especially if you work out to them. Like, or Richard Simmons. What did I say? Gene. Richard Simmons, right? Gene Simmons. From Kiss. Dumb. For fuck's sake, Sam, I hate Richard Simmons and it isn't his fault. No, I mean, he was just, he found a good niche. He thought he could do something good for the world to a certain demographic that I think he knew exactly who to market to. When you have a certain like look and sound and style to you, and you maybe probably can't do like mainstreams. I don't know. He was just charming for the demographic that he was hitting, and I think he did a lot of good work out there. Good on you, Richard, for doing what you did. But yeah, probably way inundated many American households where a lot of people were like, ugh, I'm done with you. She didn't purposely put on the music to beat me. Oh, I just associate that tape with me getting beaten butt with chords. Wait. Are you that guy that memes about the jumper cables? I've seen the jumper cables guy in a few different social media platforms. Slice with knives a few times, normal childhood stuff. I do know some people come from really, really bad households. Mine tended to, most of the, anything that we experienced was mostly emotional and psychological. But if anybody had anything physical going on, I tip my hat, because it couldn't have been better or lighter in any way compared to anything else. I would rather take psychological, even though, I have therapy bills down the line that I'll probably have to take up at some point. Yeah. I don't think there's any music I actually hate. That's surprising. You seem very discerning. But there's definitely some I am not into, making me think too hard. I'm sure if I put on some music around you, you'd be like, okay, maybe not that. The only disco songs that get a pass for me are Murder on the Dance Floor and Voulez-Vous. Oh, okay, interesting. Voulez-Vous is a pretty good slap, I'll admit. Yeah, I try to ignore words that I can tell when people are either swiping or quick typing, and there's autofills, autofeed, autocorrects, and text-to-speeching. What's up, Blue Hood Games? Teen Titans Go had a couple episodes about that The Night Begins to Shine song. And that was the only thing I heard for a couple months of my life. Oh. Yeah, that would be... I also don't like when something earworms into you, and you don't necessarily like the song, but what are you going to do about it? Like, if it's stuck, it's stuck. It's happening a little bit to me right now. The song isn't a terrible song, but it is a very basic, hyper repetitive, and like just almost like kids bop level of like basics on the melody. And I'm not one for like picking the first 5 notes on a piano scale. I'm just saying, yeah, I can write a song with these 5 notes. Because that to me, that feels like nursery rhyme, like kid song sort of stuff. So yeah, to me, that's not my jam. Yeti, I knew you would get in here because your music's fucking fantastic. Everybody, please, 1, go follow It's Lord Yeti on Twitch. If you see him in chat, that you can see how to spell his name. 2, go search the metal band Necrogasm right now and listen to something good, just to cleanse the palate, because we're going to be talking about really shitty music tonight. But yeah, Yeti here. We're talking about the music that everybody hates, or individual people. what you hate and why. No, not my stapler. I just hate him because grandma played that shit so much. How the songs from the tapes she had drove me up a wall. Yeah. Jumper cables, electrical cords on appliances like lamps. The vacuum we had was retractable. So are you being serious or are you memeing? Because it's hard for me to tell. I'm just curious. You don't have to like share. You can just say I'm serious even though you're memeing. And what the hell am I gonna know? So you can lie. But curious. Yeah, there's a guy that posts on like every social media and like Rick rolls into jumper cables. Like he'll go into like comments on like a recipe website. And somebody will be like, oh, yeah, my grandmother made this in the old world. And then somebody else will be like, yeah, this reminds me, my dad used to make this recipe, especially, you know, he'd ask me to help him out. And then if I added in a little bit too much flour and it upset the balance and made things a little bit dry, well, he'd go and get the jumper cables. And then the next thing you know, he was bashing my lights out in the garage again. And he would just do this like everywhere. You don't know this guy? Does nobody else know the jumper cables guy? He's in every social medium doing these little like, first you're reading a little bit. It's like the Bel Air, you know, like you start off or the Rickroll. Basically, you start off something innocuous and you make it so people start actually reading your comment, and then it turns into the jumper cables guy. Anyway. When I worked at a bookstore, we would play A Tragic Treasury by the Gothic Archies. I don't know this one. When we got towards closing to get people to leave. Oh, well, yeah. You need a good kick people out song. By the way, good kick people out song is not anymore closing time, because good God, the million different stores, bars, companies that decided to play closing time to get people out of their store went like insane. And now, if I didn't already find that song inane and boring, now I absolutely hate it, because it's like the lowest hanging fruit. We need to get our customers to leave. Let's play that song. Anyway, customers hated it, but we loved it. Maybe because they hated it. That I could appreciate. I do like a little bit of Schadenfreude. I'm not a terribly sadistic person, but every once in a while, especially when somebody's trying to be a Karen and stay just a little bit longer than they should, twisting the knife a little bit is a nice thing. I still listen to it, so I think it's a genuine love of their weird sound. I'll have to put that on my list. Let's, I'm going to make a list. I'm going to make a list of songs that I want to hear. I can't, like, fully, like, DMCA myself tonight. So I was going to be pretty cautious about how we were going to discuss this kind of thing and how we were going to bring this stuff up. But now I want to make just a little list on bad songs. But this one might be a bad song that's good that I want to hear. Okay. What did we say this one was? A Tragic Treasury. The Gothic Archies. I'm going to check that one out. Give it a shot. Okay. So, there's that one song, Spat or Seabat. Or is it Spat? It's a terrible song, but people love it, maybe because it's terrible. I know a few songs like that. Me and my friends used to quote the I'm the best rap. Anybody ever watch that one? And we would just do it because it was goofy. We didn't actually like the song. Or like Oz and I first started listening to Deontward. Problematic today, right? Because of all the allegations and everything. We used to listen to Deontward as a joke because we thought they were so like awful and weird. But then they actually got really good to our ears, and we ended up becoming big Deontward fans for a while. Now I'm kind of divorced from that idea, mostly because of I think they're probably maybe some pretty awful people, according to the allegations. Allegedly, my lawyers tell me to say when I'd say this kind of stuff. Allegedly. Yeah. Please no shout out. Okay, I will not shout out Yeti. I will just call you out. The only reason I know Spat exists, am I saying it right? Is it like a Russian name, Spat, or is it Seabat? It's that one Reddit story. I'm not familiar with this. I do not know the song. Brother, I just made a huge investment into my music. Bought a new amp. Oh, amp head that will be here tomorrow. Most I've ever spent on music equipment. Yeah, but it's got to happen. I mean, you guys are doing better and better, bigger shows. The one especially that you and I spoke on, I'm super excited about. So, I think this is important. This is going to become your career, right? Rest of your life sort of thing. So what I feel. This is what I feel. I heard Adult Swim used it for a Dragon Ball Super ad, so it must have been the slightest bit popular beforehand. If Adult Swim took it up, then you know it's meme worthy, right? I'd stay to listen to all of Closing Time. Really? Oh, yeah, I can't. I cannot agree. I do not like songs of that nature. One thing that really puts me off from music is when people, when the lead singer pronounces every word really, really distinctly. Like he or she does not open their mouth to produce proper, like, vowel resonance as a singer. I really like when great singers cheat a little bit with the language that they're singing in and, you know, get that great embouchure to their mouth. They get great sound, great tonality, and you just hear it. There's like an excellence to their voice. And does that mean that words get mispronounced or said a little bit funny? Yeah. And sometimes it's about a coolness thing, right? Like, the song, do you remember 21st of September? Like, he's not going to say September. He's going to say September because it's a little bit cool. Do you remember? Right? That's just like a coolness factor. So if it's for cool's sake or if it's for the tonality of your voice while you're singing sake, mess with the way words sound a little bit. I also like when people try different accents. You know, Elton John was big on having an American, more like honky tonk sound to his voice, right? Adele, another, I don't know, I'm picking on UK people, but Adele too loves like American South blues sound, and she matches that tonality herself, right? And a number of artists I feel sing what feels right. Oh, Green Day's Billy Joe. He does not sound like that when he talks, right? He's adopted what he's taken on as like a no nasal pop punk sort of vocal tonality. But what I don't like, and this is why I don't like Closing Time, is, and this is also why I don't like Bare Naked Ladies, Smash Mouth, bands that over pronounce every word, is it sounds like you never learned how to sing. You are just putting tone to your words and you are just pronouncing your words like you were speaking at a podium. There's no nuance like you know how to sing, in my opinion. Yeah. Jumper Kibbles guy, there was a meme for a bit where people would take 4chan romance stories and end them with being forced at gunpoint to play Mahjong. I've never seen that one. How did I miss that? Oh, I feel bad that I missed that particular meme. Or you get banished to the land of barbarians. Yeah, I love those like total Rickroll bullshits. I mean, love hate. I listened to one album from Cake. Cake is kind of that way too. Cake gets by just a little bit because there's something about Cake that even though he's a pronouncer, you know, part of it is he's also a talker. There's what's the term? B-52s do this. Interpol. A few different bands have this quality. It's a German word, so I'm trying to remember the proper term. Sprechgesang, basically spoken singing is what it is. Sprechgesang. And Sprechgesang is, obviously I'm rusty, I'm in German, is that concept of, like, yes, you sing some, you know, the B-52's lead singer, he sings some. Cake, he sings some. But there's a lot of, like, speaking. And it's speaking on rhythm, and even the words, when you speak them, you don't speak them atonally. There's some ups and downs, and there's a nuance to it, right? It's its own theater.
He's definitely not a gas either. No, he's a liquid. It can't be. Don't tell me. Damn it. It all makes sense now. His references to consumable beverage safety tips. His liquidity. The drink.
Welcome the drink. We need to change. There's that little bit of a hiccup in there. I could do a little bit of audio editing to make that little like, but a bit cleaner so that it's a little bit nicer. What do you think? Do I have your permission to do so? Yeah. So Cake gets a pass. They're heavy pronouncers, or lead singer, heavy pronouncer, but he's got a style where I think it's appropriate, and he's still cool. He's still a badass for doing it. So anyway, Fashion Nugget, man, I love the distance, of course, but I got so burned out of that dude's voice halfway through. Yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, for a voice like that, you do need some variation. And this is where I think B-52s, why they ended up becoming so timeless, like why they still perform live every year today, right? They're still around and kicking. And part of it's just that they have like party music, right? So everybody loves partying, and they always think of B-52s as like a partying band. But they also change things up often. There are plenty of B-52 songs on each album that's just like one or both of the female vocalists, and they are more melodic, and they do want you to feel like an album is listenable from beginning to end without burning you out of one particular sound. So they're not married to, this is the one thing that we'll do. That's where Cake, I think, fails a little bit for like their longevity's sake. Especially for their covers. That might just be me, though. I'm not a big fan of covers. Like, I Will Survive by Cake really didn't impress me. It was like, okay, well, you did your own version, and it definitely sounds like Cake did a song, not like they're just doing karaoke of the original I Will Survive. But I really prefer covers. I really don't prefer covers, period. I really wish you would just write your own music and sing that. But if you're going to do a cover at all, I want it to kind of feel like its own new genre and different and rather very unique. Like you're taking the idea of the lyrics in a different direction than the original singer intended, right? Like you saw some subtle nuance that they didn't intend, that wasn't part of the song, and you cranked that up. And now that the story it tells a different story. Not very often that would that sort of thing happen, but if it does, and when it does, I'm hooked on that. I do like that type of cover. Are you in the VC or Discord? Is this just when you want to solo the whole time? For now, I'm kind of soloing it. I got bit a little bit. Hanging out in Discord. I'll tell you what, if you say you have something that's really going to work better, if you can just like hash it out in voice, I will pull you into a channel and we can talk it out. But if you're comfortable banging out on keyboard tonight, that'll be a thing that I would prefer to stay out of voice, maybe for the majority of tonight, if not all of it. Yeah. The one above all forms of oh wait, that's my stupid, why am I reading my bot's message? That's Weeha's intro. Duh. B-52s, my sister ruined Love Shack for me, and Rock Lobster constantly being called Goth? What? I don't understand. Those songs are only great for a short period of time. I don't think they could be replayed over and over again. Honestly, not even like my favorite B-52s songs. And yeah, I'm highly susceptible to being burnt out to a song if it's going to be played like everywhere. If you're hearing it in the grocery store, then chances are, that song was heavily burnt out when it first came out. I just had to hard cut it because it says oh, gotcha. Yeah, I can make it cleaner. Damien, please hit me up sometime so I can let you get some sneak peeks of what I consider our best material to date. Down. I am down. What are you doing Friday? Friday's usually work day for me, but I can pop into a one-on-one. We can do some chatty chat. Stuart and I love you guys. Oh, stop. We're stuck at GameStop and my phone is dying, so we just want to say hi really quickly. Oh no, well, if you can still hear the sound of my voice, I love you guys too, and thanks for popping in with the last little bit. Can you imagine the devotion that it must take? Why do I feel so like blushy right now? When somebody uses the last of their phone battery to say something to me, I feel like imposter syndrome. Like I'm not that sort of person. Nobody would ever do that for me, and yet it just happened. Basura. Oh man, if you want some vocal variety, Argyle Goolsby does horror punk in Blitz Kid and melodic 80s-ish sad goth in Bashful Billy. I'm gonna have to check these out. You're name dropping a lot of cool stuff that I'm gonna have to check out. Oh, where is my thing that I was looking into? Right over here. I'm just gonna put that in. I don't sorry. Oh, my fault. I was just wondering. It's your stream and your choice. Don't have to say it that way. Just yeah. I'm probably gonna just read chat tonight unless somebody really wants to talk. There's this one guy, Billy Cobb, who I avidly listen to, who will take pop songs or kids show songs, Gary Come Home from SpongeBob or the Adventure Time credits theme, and turn them into super good punk rock covers. Interesting. I'm gonna put that down too. Billy Cobb. Thanks. I didn't think I was going to get all these recommendations for things I actually want to listen to tonight, but, you know, here we are. Rock Lobster is not got. Rock Lobster. The B-52. Look at the B-52. Look at them. They are drenched in Technicolor most of the time. The retro 50s hairdos on the girls. They are dance, they are pop, they are club music. You're not going to get a bunch of goths bouncing up and down to B-52s. They're for weirdos, yeah. And goths can be considered weirdos, but they're the weirdos from like the 80s, from like the B-52s era, were a very different type of weirdo, right? You had your goths, your new romantics, usually in the UK or something like that, right? Wasn't that kind of where a lot of that aesthetic started, and people just sort of like swaying back and forth to music and darkly lit clubs? But then these were like just weird people. They were weird, but like wacky. A goth would never be wacky. They would never sing along to Private Idaho. I feel like a lot of my life I was more like a B-52s weirdo, and only shouldn't say only at some point. Maybe there was always a goth in me too. I don't know. I'm both. I have two wolves in me. one super weird B-52s Technicolor weirdo, and one goth wolf. And I don't know. They're not fighting for any resources. They're both just chilling, eating weird food together. I don't hate music at all. I'm loving Third Eye Blind. Interesting. And their self-titled album right now. That's when was that? Jumper, 1998 edit, and Semi-Charmed Live from my absolute favorites right now. I'll say this. What's up, you chump? I'll say this about Semi-Charmed Life. I don't know a lot of songs that are about drugs, but the songs that I do know that are about drugs are generally really fun, and I don't know why that is. But like every song I've ever listened to about cocaine and heroin and meth and all these sort of things, like they're fun and interesting, and it's like it's worth listening to them. They're really usually quite clever, and I don't know why I like them so much, but out of all the songs I know about crystal meth, I can't say I know a lot of them. I really like Semi-Charmed Life. It's just such a good, it's so happy, right? Which is exactly how you're probably feeling in the middle of all of that until you have your god-awful come down. I didn't really need the DARE program to put me off of drugs. All I needed to do was like understand all the cool things you get from doing them, and then all the awful things you get after you're done. And that's pretty much what's kept me, you know, mostly healthy and on the right path in the majority of my life. Just because, damn, meth is one of those things where it's just like the detriments when you're off are so crazy. They're so absolutely insane. I don't like risk versus reward. I would rather I'd rather sell everything I own right now and put it all in crypto than start meth. If that makes any sense. Friday's a show day for us. Okay, but if you're free around noon, I should have some time. I mean, I'll be at work, but who cares about work? More painful to me than hating music from the start is music I start out loving only for me to vividly sense the emotion of the song dropping for me until I become indifferent to it. Tell me more. Is there a particular song, Blue Hood? Like, is there something where you really had like your passion was in it and it just like it faded into a gray ennui, just a nothingness, neither a high nor low? I'm so curious. That's an interesting. I now have to wonder if that happened to me at some point in my life. Did this actually occur? Because there's got to be a song out there that I was like, this is like my absolute favorite at 1 year of my life, and if I listen to it today, I'm like, I don't know, whatever. There's got to be something. I'm sure of it. There's some music I don't like, namely Screamo. Screamo's a good one. Yeah. Screamo's one of those sounds that when I first heard it, I was alive for it. I was like, I lit up. And it only took me maybe like 5 Screamo songs to realize I don't really think I hear anything different. Screamo's like disco in that regard. It's like once you want to write for that genre, maybe the genre's technical limitations or whatever, or just the people who are interested in it and their musicality, it sort of creates the same sounds out of multiple artists, and it all gets very blendy in my head. Yeah. I know a lot of metal fans think it's disrespectful not to listen to it and claim to be a metalhead, but it's never been something I get behind. I don't think metalheads and Screamo fans really mix a whole lot. There might be some overlap, but I think what I think is that Screamo fans can sometimes be into metal, but I really don't think metalheads are into Screamo. That makes sense, just culturally. Just like any man out there, I've come to accept that I love goth women. I'm seriously, who doesn't? Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Goth women like goth women. Yet I will likely never acquire a romantic relationship with one because that is not my vibe. You gotta live for more than just an aesthetic value. Now, having somebody in your relationship, to have a relationship with somebody who's willing to like have fun with their aesthetic every once in a while, I like to do that too. I like to every once in a while just be a little bit out of character, and I think it's fun and I think it's refreshing, and especially if it's something that your partner really likes, why not? It doesn't hurt to just like wear and look a little bit different, unless it's like actually hurts to do so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just a very basic man. I like heavy metal, 90s rock, and grunge. Interesting. Some oldies stuff, man. And I dress in pajamas and wrestling shirts. Dressing the way that you want for like functionality and just getting through your day is also different from like when you want to look and feel a certain way when you're going to have eyes on you. I feel like those are two different things, because most of us, right, would probably just do leisure wear generally, unless there was some requirement upon us, like we have to go to work, or there's a school dress code or whatever, stuff like that. But by and large, like we'll just be leisurely until or unless there comes to be that point where, hey, I'm going to be seen and I want to be seen. I want to be seen the way that I want to present. Then that's a different wardrobe. Yeah. Jumper's so good. I would definitely suggest that you like listen to a snippet and have a little taste if you haven't heard it. I know Jumper very well. I used to be in a bar band. Basically, we used to be a jukebox sort of cover band. There's cover bands that like, there's tribute bands that only play like one band's music. Like I was also in a briefly formed tribute band to Prince. We only played Prince songs, right? There are cover bands that maybe cover a few different songs from different people. They just like play public venues and like, here's my 20 songs that are all like Hootie and the Blowfish and related acts sort of thing. And then there are like jukebox cover bands, which mine was, in that we'd go play the bar circuits, basically, right? Bars love having live entertainment. The people in bars don't really want to hear like new music. They just want to drink and they want to vibe. They want to be able to sing along. And we play everything from like Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin up through modern music and everything in between. So like we knew our 60s, our 70s, our 80s, our 90s, 2000, you know, you name it, we had music for that era and we'd just play like all over the place. Like suddenly Red Hot Chili Peppers would come on and you'd hear the Red Hot Chili Peppers fans in, you know, in the bar start like screaming and singing along and stuff like that. So Jumper was in our repertoire because there's definitely, I don't know, a group of people that seem to really like listening to Jumper while drinking. That guy can truly sing. Yeah, he can. Troa, did your thing didn't go off, did it? Oh, I'm so upset. Last stream was on for intro. This one off. Ugh. Every other stream pattern gets these. I have no idea what's going on. No idea what's going on. Thank you, my Twilight. Much others by the Pillows. What, you listen to the Pillows? Blue Hood. Why do you listen to the Pillows? Who? I would never expect anybody in my chat to know who they are. Would bring me to tears sometimes whenever I listen to them. Now I kind of lost the wavelength of that track. You know, damn it, to be honest. When I just got excited right now because you said the Pillows. And yet, the last time I listened to them was a long ass time ago. I mean, I don't even know if they do music. I used to be a big The Pillows fan. Blue Hood, you and I are gonna have to talk. That's cool. That's cool as shit that somebody else knows that band. I'm sure that one can have a comeback if I imagine a cool enough music video in my head for the fictional characters I associate them with. Maybe. Yeah. Interesting. I was not a... There's some bands I'm into that I just don't... I know that certain circles, like I have a few different sub-circles of friends that I sort of drift between. And there's a sub-circle of my friends that know and like the Pillows and other like associated bands. But not common amongst my current group of friends. I wear it all the time unless I'm definitely going to somewhere fancy. Oh, there you go. I've gone to a button-up shirt restaurant in pajama pants and a shirt. I mean, if you're going to be sitting down, nobody's going to be looking at your legs, then whatever. You make it stylish. See, that's what I'm talking about. That one, how I dress versus how I want to dress. And it's a picture of Adam Sandler in a Superman tee and shorts, and then the other side is a picture of a god. Yes. I feel that. I also love Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, okay, all right. The Pillows, creators of the Fooly Cooly soundtrack. Why wouldn't I know them? Not everybody knows Fooly Cooly. I hate to say. Pillows just recently left off on good terms. Oh, okay. Well, not that I feel like, I don't know. I feel like a bit of like melancholy that they would part ways. But again, I haven't put them on in some I'm in a very different place musically today than I was when I was listening to them. So I don't know that I regret that or resent that, or not resent, just feel bad. Musically, I'm all over the place. I imagine you would be, from what I can glean from your personality. But the question tonight is there anything that you really don't like, you really don't care for? I feel like for you, there's got to be something. It's getting late. I got to go to bed. Have to wake up early for wrestling camp. I got to go to Oklahoma State University in 2 weeks for a camp run by David Taylor. That's going to be so amazing. You're going to come back even more. I don't know how you could transform to anything bigger and stronger and better than you are, but I think it's going to happen somehow. Let me mention some of my favorite bands. I guess that you're not reading the prompt right. Scar Tissue and Give It Away. Those are both great songs. Yeah. Two very different eras of Red Hot Chili Peppers. You need to think about the prompt. What songs you said Screamo. But yeah, I think I have a feeling of what sort of person you are. It's very interesting. When I was even today, I feel a certain way. Cause I can't say that I know everybody's age, but I have some idea of some people's ages. Although, don't go starting to trade ages in chat. It's one of my rules not to discuss age. And the reason why, I'll tell you why. Because some people might go, age? Why wouldn't you talk about age? I'll tell you why I don't talk about age. Discourse nights in particular. These nights are about like sharing and exchanging ideas and coming to epiphanies, finding truths, and sharing culture and concepts so that our brains grow bigger for the interactions with each other. Like, this is the place where we break echo chambers and we break the idea that somebody can become a big streamer on the notion that he only gathers, I say he, that they only gather people like them and then pander to that audience as hard as they possibly can. I want to disagree with you, and I want you guys to give me revelations and nuanced, epiphany sort of thinking. That said, I don't want to know anybody's ages. I don't want you all to know anybody's ages, because I would never want somebody to gatekeep somebody else based on that you've discovered that they are a boomer and you have a certain feeling about boomers, or that they are younger than you have respect for in your head. And some of those biases, like, we don't always know that we carry them. I would just rather keep that part of the equation out of everything. It's one of those, like, you might think you don't have this bias, but you might have it anyway, sort of thing. And so I like not to talk about it. But the one thing I do like to talk about is with music. I always found it interesting that there are some people out there that prefer music from different eras than the one that, like, they are currently actively in. And that while younger people are often much more open to music that is brand new, the older you get, I feel like the less common you will find people that are into acts that are fresh out the gate, or who have released new music in a fresh format or fresh genre, and they get stuck or trapped, usually trapped in their tastemaker era, which is junior high and high school. And that after junior high and high school, no other music afterwards can sound as good as it did when your prefrontal cortex was still forming and all of your taste making was happening in your brain. That. Yeah. How do you find out how big a Red Hot Chili Pepper is? You give it away. Give it away now. Nice. Well done, Real. I strongly dislike music that champions any form of abuse. Interesting. An example would be a hip-hop track about pimping bitches and slapping hoes, which is why a lot of that stuff got censored on the internet, on like radio and stuff, right? Or MTV. A bunch of music came out in that sort of vein of, this is how I feel about this sex of people and in general. And then the censors were like, no, actually, we don't allow this sort of. And I feel like there wasn't a lot of music that pushed that sort of overbearing, like an entire sex of people, usually guys talking about ladies, in such a misogynistic way. I don't feel like it really existed that much before, like, 90s gangsta rap. And it did. It did. However, Gangsta's Paradise is an all-time fave. Can't lie. That's a really good track. I don't know how it happened. Tony! Hi and welcome. Welcome to the party. We're talking about music we don't like and why. I don't see anything wrong with Gangsta's Paradise. I was hearing it the other day, backing a TikTok video or something like that, and I was just like, man, this song has not aged. Like, it's still perfect today. Yeah. The most overrated song is a lot of Godsmack. Call me crazy, they're just not my favorite right now, which is crazy because I love Slipknot and Violent Vera. I think I've really given Godsmack a chance. Slipknot is, like, honestly, like, one of the top tier in their genre, especially among top tier bands for their type of music, hands down. Especially lead singer is just, like, he's fantastic. He's a fantastic human being. Really interesting, and the way he's basically written his life's struggles into his music is fantastic. But I don't really know Godsmack enough to be able to speak to them. Speaking of which, check out Violent Vera, please. I will put it on my list of songs that I have to check out, even though I swear we were doing a show on music we don't like. But I guess inevitably we're going to be talking about stuff that I'm going to be interested in. You know what? I'm going to put Godsmack in there too, because if you don't like it and I don't know it, I want to know why. I want to know why it's not that great. Yeah. Final Fantasy 14 cover band. Wait, there are 14 cover band?
What's wrong, Doug?
Thank you for the self-care.
Not a thing. I'm right as the mail.
You're not going to believe this because I think I'm talking faster than I have in a while, but I've been getting sleep. And as a result of me getting sleep, I'm not on caffeine. I'm not on any caffeine today. I have a mild headache. I've been suffering headaches since I quit. I haven't quit that long ago. And the answer, does caffeine give you withdrawals when you quit, is yes. But the good news is, in worst case scenarios, like lifelong caffeine addictions, it's usually still at maximum 2 weeks. So I'm probably through the hardest parts of it and moving my way towards better and better. But with the kiddos on summer vacation, I don't have to be up to get them ready for school. I can wake up when I have to do my day job, which gives me an average of 2 times 5, 10 more hours of sleep a week. That's for me, that's transformative. And I feel like it's improved my rate of speech when I stream. I'm naturally a fast talker. If you're not into fast talkers, you're in the wrong place, because the healthier and happier I get, the more I talk and the faster I talk. So that's just how it's going to be. Some of her lyrics go hard, I think. Violent Vera? I'll have to check that out. Buns can be metal. It's just true. Buns of steel. Gotta remember the caps. Hail Mary by Tupac is peak. I do like Hail Mary. That's a good one. Yes, we, me, you. This entire chat, everybody here loves Weezer. I'm going to say Weezer for me is the pillows for you, Blue Hood. I'm going to say it. I have to see some of you on the other side of Twitch ads, so I'm going to hold off on my spicy Weezer take, because I know this is gonna make some people sad to hear. But I will pause for the people in the cheap seats. Yeah. Toady can still hear me though, right? My God, sleep. I thought it was a myth. Jim, hi and welcome. I know you can still hear me because you're on a different platform. Hot take potentially, but I've always hated Queen. Always hated Queen. Tell me more. I'm so curious now. That is a very hot take. Congrats on sleep, by the way. I don't know what that is, being a full-time uni student. Honestly, like, the thing of it is that, so what I'm trying to do, and if I haven't been overt about this, or if I have been too overt about this, I apologize that I'm retreading ground, but there's always new people listening, and sometimes people catch this VOD and not other VODs, or, are finding me for the first time in a VOD. I am trying to pivot from being a shill, sort of like data person in corporate world, to being full-time entertainer, content creator, thought provoker. And I have a few different like angles in which I want to do that. And so I've been basically, the only way you can get the momentum to do that for a living is start doing it for a living, which I did, I don't know, like 11 years ago as a YouTuber, then took a long hiatus, and then came back as only a live streamer for the past like 4 years. And now I'm trying to, I'm scripting and looking to start shooting stuff this summer for more VODs for YouTube, and just develop and do more shorts again, because the shorts really took off pretty well. And really just push myself out there. And if I can get to just a certain amount of income, it doesn't really need to be a whole hell of a lot to run this household, because Oz is also, working, trying to do the same thing, generate money for the household. If the two of us together can generate just enough momentum that we can pay the bills here, we've won. That's it. Then anything else on top of that, we can start talking about making jobs for other people and like creating an empire and that sort of thing. That would be cool if that happened, but that's not a requirement. The requirement is just pay the bills. Just make sure that our kids have food, make sure that they're not destitute because mom and dad decided we were going to be some sort of stupid creative types and we wanted to be YouTubers instead of actual adults. We don't want that. We want to have a secure household for the kiddos. And if we could do that and do content at the same time, like perfect, that'd be great. However, that means that in order for me to do that and not quit my day job so that I still have some revenue, in order to keep the house running, I need to... Toady
_Toady just subscribed. Something happened and my 2 minutes went to 7. I'm not dealing with that.
How did your 2 minutes go to 7? It's supposed to be 3 minutes for everybody. What happened? Yeah, that was very goat of you. Thank you for the sub. I'm sorry that Twitch started to like strong arm you into it though. That's rude. Yeah, we are going to deprive ourselves of sleep at this phase of our lives unless we can see this happen and work. Because I can't just quit my day job and hope that subs are going to pay for having a roof over our house. That's a pretty big jump, right? Unless I was already, doing particularly pretty great. And I'm not a big shock and awe streamer. I'm not like screaming at the games that I play. I'm not generating mad viral stuff. I'm not dunking people in debates. I'm not high engagement material, at least not yet. But that means that there's a lot of sleep deprivation. I'm working. Well, somebody do the math, because I know some of you are covetous, so you have access to the Envy knowledge base. If you have access to the Envy knowledge base, you've also seen the actual real life schedule. The one that was summer TBD is live right now. So that one's a much better sleep schedule. But wait, what's happening? More subs are happening.
Rosel just subscribed.
Thanks, Riel. Thank you for the Prime sub. You know you only get one of those a month. You really want to give that to me? Thank you. In order to do that when the kids are also actually going to school, that means staying up well past my sleep, because that's pretty much the only time I can stream, working my day job, and also getting the kids ready for school and getting them back home and cooking food and doing chores and all that sort of stuff with basically almost no other time. So I get the uni student schedule. I'm still living it at my age long after I've not been in uni, and it was definitely killing me. This summer is like the first restorative sleep, or the closest thing I've had to restorative sleep in many years, because when we were starting out as streamers, also the kids were like babies, and so we were sleep deprived for different reasons, All right, now that we're done with ad break, let me come back and say Weezer to me is like pillows to Blue Hood games. It's true. I was a big fan of Weezer. In fact, I found an album in a record store, or DVD or CD store, whatever. I picked it up off the shelf. There were like 4 dudes standing, and there's a blue background, and something compelled me to just buy the album without knowing who they were, really. And so I was one of the first people that I knew who was into Weezer and got many people into Weezer. I was a tastemaker for the band. And today, there's something so accessible about their music. There's something so sing-songy and playful and unchallenging. There's something so Disney end credits about every Weezer song I hear these days that I just fell out of love. I still sometimes listen to Pinkerton because it was kind of edgy, but the other stuff that I used to like, I just don't like anymore. That's just how I am with them. Just no more Weezer for me. Yeah. So Jim, why Queen? What is it about Queen exactly? I'm very curious, because when I first heard Queen, I was immediately... Well, when I first heard Queen, the first song I heard, probably a lot of other people can agree, was Bohemian Rhapsody. And I just couldn't... It was just a lot. It was very complex and confusing. And I thought I kept listening to like different songs and then realized it's all still the same song. And it was a lot for my sensibilities at the time. And then I grew to like it. And then I grew to just be like it grew to be overdone. But other Queen songs, I've listened to, a good run of their career. I fairly well like. Now, I've never run out and like bought a Queen album, but I don't have any like thing against them, I guess. It's good stuff. I can sing along to a number of songs. Yeah. I grew up on the music from my folks' oldies, like from the 20s to 40s, and country. Found pop and rock through my siblings as they grew, then classical and Broadway through vocal training. So I had quite the varied education before I really became an adult. Nice. Folk oldies and country. Probably you mean like country western then, right? Like not modern country, but like probably talking like even before Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton, going way back. That gym take might be garbage. No, I want to hear. I want to understand. Everybody hates a popular band. Every single one of you. I'm sure of it. I'm sure if we dug deep enough, you would find that there is somebody who's got more than 10 million listens on Spotify and you just don't care for them. And everybody else in this chat would be like, damn, I don't know why. Why don't you like them? All my ops be warned. I be getting a normal amount of sleep and I be waking up early. In fact, I be getting them warmed. That's crazy. Good for you. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that's like, but I'm definitely sleeping more. Yeah, sorry about the ads. It's the thing of it is the ads make the ads make other ads disappear, right? That's a thing for Twitch. I wish I could schedule other stream platforms to do the same sort of thing, but at least on Twitch, if I plug one big chunk of ads, and I promise you, if you're stuck in can't skip ad land, we pause. Ask anybody else in this chat. Ask anybody who's, you know, prime subbed or subbed. Ask. We actually pause what we were talking about, like the deep stuff. Or if we're playing a game, I will pause like the story component of the game. If it's like combat or grinding for experience or whatever, I'll keep going. But like anything that's kind of nuanced, like you want to be there for that. You don't want to miss that part. I don't want to make you pay. The people with means will do what the people with means can do. And the people that don't, you're not going to get punished in my community for it. We will find like some little side excursion to talk about or do something else in the meantime while ads are running so that you're not missing out on the good part of the content. Guaranteed. That's what I try. That's why I have the alert set up. If I didn't care about ads, I wouldn't have an alert. The alert is there so that I know, so I can kind of put a pause on stuff and we can talk about some other stuff. And then, you know, the people with the ad skip still get value because they get other stuff we get to talk about is like their exclusive. Oh, hello. Look who found me. You sneaky. You're so sneaky. Somebody found me in Final Fantasy. Hi, Toady. But I will never punish people for not having the means to contribute to this empire as I slowly try to build it. Getting the worm that boy a menace, lock him up. Hey, sometimes the worm needs to be got. Something happened in my we already read that part. For lack of a better term, the music, we're talking about Queen, has always felt try-hard. True it is. It very much is. As if their songs were made with the aim of being sincere, but it never seemed real to me. It felt like the spectacle for the sake of it. You're probably right there. While there are some subtle components of, especially I think Freddie Mercury's like inner workings that come through in a few songs, a lot of the music feels heavily produced. It feels like the pop music of its time, right? What are we going to sing? How are we going to do this to like really get the audience this time? What new thing are we going to do? What new concept musically or new topic are we going to discuss? Or like when they did the music for the Highlander, right? It's like, where else can we find money? Like, they were a business. I do feel like Queen was a business. I feel like they succeeded pretty well. But you're right. It is kind of try hard. Yeah. I Got My Hash Pipe was a banger. It was okay. Island in the Sun ain't peak. Island in the Sun, again, is like, it is basic. It is very basic. There's nothing complex about Island in the Sun. Yeah, are we really laying that bile slip from our tongues, Dame? I will be happy to say I was a big Weezer fan up even through that Green album and even a little bit past it. And then I'm so gray about it, just like Blue Hood. It was a different phase of my life, and now I can't find the joy that I used to in that music. I have a friend who would play Weezer on an acoustic guitar in voice chat, and it was majestic. Nice. Name some. I bet I might love it. Name some. What? Kenny Rogers and Dolly came later. Those would be on the radio, but the stuff my folks played was older. Yes. Oh, yeah. Very twangy. Yeah. I think, honestly, and this seems weird to me as somebody who doesn't really like country, I get and listen to some country western. That and the distinction's kind of unclear there. Country has been a genre for a very long period of time. It just didn't always used to be called country. And so to call it country western, I think gives sort of a definition so that we can talk about it in sense of, back in the 50s into the 60s a little bit, the music that was sort of like, it wasn't bluegrass and it wasn't folk, but it was kind of like mainstream, had some like maybe slide guitar, violins, a soulful voice, guy wearing a cowboy hat, that sort of thing, that type of music. And it was previous to where the Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton era came in, where they started to really like make it a little more poppy. And in fact, those two also sang what I see as like pop music, and in Kenny Rogers' era too, when he was younger, doing a little bit of like psychedelic music as well. Like they weren't completely country singers, right? They varied a little bit, and they did a lot of music that was more closer to pop, I think. After that, country was basically writing pop music, but with different instrumentation. In my opinion, like as soon as you started to get into like the Reba McEntire, Garth Brooks, what's her name? How Do I Live Without Leanne Rimes? Like that, all those songs were pop songs, but just written where the voice would be like a little bit throatier for some of the notes. And they'd have, the fiddle and slide guitars and stuff like that. Like it's pop music though. It's pop music with a different veneer on top. It's definitely not country western of genre. I understand things stop for 2 minutes immediately once the ads are back. You're like, so back to Weezer. Yeah. That's how I do. There's so much weird meta work happening on live stream. Chaos. So I want to pop in and say hi. I love your face. Thank you for popping in. Hope you and the family are doing okay. I hope you had the best trip that you could have had and connection with the family that you did. I love your face. Let's connect soon. Yeah, but go on with yourself. Thank you for stopping in. There's a weird thing that I think is happening with live streamers, and that is that the bigger that they get, there are things that are happening where they're losing sort of the philosophy or the culture behind why they do what they do. You can see it in live streamers. This is true for YouTube VOD makers too, I think also. If it's a lot of like addressing stuff that your audience wants to hear, as opposed to like people who do like video essays, which I think are very much driven by the content creator themselves. But I feel like there's a lot of it's not echo chambering. It's like a feedback loop. Like you bring in a bunch of audience because you've acted in a certain way, and then they have expectations or requests, or like they soft mold you in ways that you, the content creator, maybe don't realize are happening. And then pretty soon you're different. Your activities, your behaviors are different than what you wanted to be when you first started. You don't have a good moral compass to guide yourself by, and you become a product of this sort of people that the algorithm has thrown at you. That, or you become desperate. I think there's a number of people who do, especially live streaming, who become very parasocial. Their whole shtick is, I just want to be everybody's friends. All of you in chat, I'm going to be your friends. I'm going to say hi as soon as I see your chat, and then we're going to connect, and I'm going to like just talk like we're buddies, and it's just me hanging out with you, and we're buddies and friends, and we're talking about our day. But I feel like there's like this thin veneer of desperation, because there's always like a lot of push. There's these contests and raffles, and everybody pitching bits to do this, and like, here's this thing that's coming up, and here's this next goal. Like, obviously I got a goal here too, but it fills on its own. I don't tell anybody, hey, go put money toward this goal. In fact, I only put this up because, people beg me to put up goals. But yeah, I feel like we're just losing authenticity with people who are on live stream. I'm not trying to be your friend. We're either friendly because I liked something that you said, or you like something that I said, and not because I'm trying to fabricate that for viewership. In fact, I like when the algorithm gives me people that I disagree with because I think there's something valid and valuable in that exchange. I also like that the algorithm's giving me people that I disagree with because it means that the algorithm hasn't figured out what sort of people that I belong to. And so over the course of time, we find more and more of us that can talk at this higher level, that can deep engage. And we're not necessarily here to be buddies. We're here to grow and reconnect, as opposed to disconnect at the end of whatever you've done today. This is here to make more of your life after having watched it, than to reduce you down to, oh, good, I can finally just relax and rest. Yes, I know I have kind of one of those ASMR voices, but at the same time, when we're talking about passionate things like music, I cannot talk slow and comforting and soothing to make you fall asleep. So you probably aren't watching this to make yourselves fall asleep. If you do, that's an interesting take. But yeah, I will forever make sure that people who do not have means have the vast majority of why you would want to watch or connect with my shows. I think that's important. I spent most of my life without means, so I get it. Where did we last leave off? As much as I listen to metal, prog, and horror punk, I love that. What a great mix of genres. I do love a good twangy country song. Interesting. Very cool. Yeah, I like that. I already have like a finger on the pulse of who you are then, in that case. Very interesting. Aside from the music, the way they're talked about in retrospect is eye roll worthy. Some people like listening to Bohemian Romance to liken it to a fucking religious experience. Yeah, I mean, that's fans though, right? Like, we had somebody that comes onto chat every once in a while, and they come in and they talk about the band Tally Hall, and we all like this person. I think you all know who I'm talking about. I don't want to necessarily mention them by their screen name, but there is somebody who likes to come in, talk about Tally Hall, and then leave when it's time for them to leave. They're not that interested in what I'm doing. They're not that interested in the greater conversation, and they just wait politely until they can get back to Tally Hall again. I think many people do this with one band at least, where that band becomes like your life. You know all the details about every person in the band, all their history, all the lyrics to all the songs. You've bought the merch. You've gone to see them live. I don't really have anybody quite like that. There are a few people that I've seen live more than once, and there are some people who I've paid to have VIP experiences, or for other reasons have had great behind the scenes or backstage sort of experiences with those people. And I wouldn't say like I've made my identity around them, but some people have. And I think Queen is one of those bands that, because they're so bombastically large, they can wrap people up in that level of fandom. I was going to be a pest in the game for a bit. I mean, if you just want to make my shoes wet, you could do that. I know nobody knows what we're talking about, but I was going to play this if the conversation got dry. And you guys are just really great at conversation today. As an outsider, tons of country just sounded like Beer Wife Truck America until my family put on some country and I realized I do like country when it's not corpoed to high heaven. Good point. Yeah, absolutely. Instead of being about expensive cars and beer, it's about small shops and living easy and carefree. It's beautiful. I do like, now, I generally prefer more of the themes in folk than I do in country. But country western has some great overlap with blues, where when things are bad, I listen to like a pop punk or alt rock or new metal song, and I listen to the bad times songs, and they fall kind of flat and they sound kind of whiny. Might just be the people who I know wrote those songs, but I feel like they're just not like, they don't quite hit right. But a good blues song and a good country western song, when they talk about the bad times, it hurts. I get chills. I'm getting chills right now thinking about, just like one particular song in question. It was like, there's something about when country gives you the vulnerable life of living in heartland America. And that can be as simple as what it means to feel like, you're getting broken up with or something, that when told through that lens can hit really good, good stuff. I don't like Luke Bryant or whatever his name is. Luke Combs? Who's Luke Combs? Or Morgan Wallen. I don't know people by names. Are these country? My family calls a lot of modern music bro country. Kara, hello and welcome. Final Fantasy Tactics? Oh, hang on. I'll catch up to that in a sec. Wait, a lot of modern music or a lot of modern country? Because I definitely feel like there's country that I could see being called bro country. But I don't know about other modern music being called bro country. Some songs have lyrics to make me bawl. I am in no means a country fan. It's my least favorite music, but it can take time to appreciate the truth and art that can be found there. Yeah. When music's done right and you feel like you've gotten an insider, like somebody is telling you something that they probably don't want to tell everybody, but they're letting you in and letting you in on the secret about their lives. That's good music. I love music that feels like, let's look behind the scenes. Let's drop the veneer a bit. Let's drop the queen level of theatrics. And let me tell you something about me. That I love music like that. Country's more nasal than throaty for the most part, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say there is some like nasality to some country stars. True. I drive a truck, I drink some beer, don't want your going around here. Oh, got a gun, I like to smoke, better get away, cowpoke type stuff. Nice rhymes. Yeah. I don't, that kind of music to me, that's a cash grab, right? That is corpo. To me, 100%. You're finding a demographic that hasn't been tapped enough by the music industry. And you're like, hey, look at all the money we could get. We could pull from all these people. Let's find what these people are into. Let's see what they do. And let's just toss those words like word salad into a song. I've been drinking a little bit. I'm thinking about calling you. And what if we go mudding in my truck? Like that sort of thing. And people are like, I do those things. I love this song because it's telling me things that I do in my life. It's like, it's obviously like, it's so empty and vapid. It's like Twilight, right? When you write a character or create a story where there's very little personality in it, so anybody can listen in and inject their personality into it. And there's plenty of other genres like that too, like club music that's talking about like, we're partying till, 3 a.m. I'm making love to you for 12 hours nonstop, just a little bit of lube to make it last throughout the rest of the night. Like music like this, where it's like, yeah, that's me. I do that. I do those things. I can make love for that long. I can party for that long. I care about barbecue and beer. Like all those things are LARPing songs with empty, no meaning, definitely no reference to the people singing it whatsoever. They probably didn't even write the music, right? Their production company bought some song written by some Hollywood exec who's just churning out country music, and they're like, oh yeah, that one's pretty cheap, let's buy that and let's have our singer sing it. And then they try it out and they're like, yeah, that works, that we really like that. And this happens in every genre too, right? I mean, think about how many David Guetta songs are about like nothing. Like David Guetta, great artist, right, in some regards, but how many of his songs did you resonate with and you thought, this tells me something about him? None of them. He writes songs so that they'll be sold. In fact, he writes songs so that they will be bought by a production company to give to some big star so that big star will sing it. Except in the case of that one song where he had Sia sing the demo and then he released it against her wishes as her demo recording. Which song was that? Can anybody do some research on that real quick? David Guetta releases Sia's demo lyrics instead of selling it to whoever they said they were actually going to sell it to. I forget who was going to actually sing the song. And he's just like, whatever. And Sia got pissed for that one. I can't remember what song that is. I've heard that term too, bro country. I once heard the country song that had pop emo buildup, and the chorus is just, "Is anyone here sober enough to take me to Taco Bell?" That's like that's gotta, at some point, some people listening to that's gotta be parody, right? That feels like parody when you hear it. That feels like a Weird Owl song. At some level, when music is that ridiculous, you can't listen to that and think, "Oh, I'm gonna play this. I want this played at my wedding," or "I seriously like this song." But then, some people wear jokes on their t-shirts, and that's their entire wardrobe, right? My entire wardrobe is, I just want to make people laugh when they look at my chest. So, that music's for somebody. I mean, my tooth is trying to kill me. Oh my goodness. And my great aunt just had a massive stroke. Chaos. My goodness. Yeah, we need to have a chat. What's going on with well, you don't need to tell me what's going on with your tooth right now, but it sounds like this is not the season. This is not your season. You need to hunker down and survive until better times. Hold on. That might be peak. Get that man some Taco Bell. I mean, I could be down for a Taco Bell run. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to write a song about it. He's not drunk driving. Yeah, somebody else is getting it. Your rant about the live stream feedback loop can be perfectly applied to the music industry and mainstream music. It's true, right? It's absolutely true. There are so many artists, and to some degree, I have some respect for artists that can do this, where they'll just write the emptiest song about nothing, push it out there, get a good bopping beat underneath it, and it just sells like crazy because they just know that the audience can't follow anything particularly difficult or nuanced. They're not going to go outside of the major key. They're not going to go outside of the 1, 4, 5, 6 chords. You'll mix those up. Of course, you won't just do 1, 4, 5, 6, but you'll mix them up in some order. You'll do it over 4, 4. You might have some triplet in there to make things a little bit fancy. You have to have some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? An extra dissonant sound in there too, like something that's out of scale, but it has to be soft and subtle and it can't be overused. And then a hook that like a 5-year-old can memorize. And you probably run your lyrics then again through some sort of word choice filter so that you keep the difficulty down, so that you never use any big words that are going to disenfranchise somebody who can't understand you. And yeah, you just do that and you get more money, and then it works. So you do it more. You do it so much that you have a song that's so minimal and ridiculous, and then you work your way back up because at some point, you have no song. But yeah, it's like all capitalism, right? You basically are minimizing the product and raising the prices until you start to lose revenue, and then you back off. That's what it is. That's mainstream music. That's your average streamer and content creator basically creating brainless, mindless. Hey, let's just hang out, buddy. Let's just be friends. We're just having a good time. We're just vibing. We're just gonna play some Fortnite. We're just gonna chill. I'm just gonna get my dailies in today, and we're all gonna have. Oh, hey, it's so and so 420. What's up? It's so good to see you again. I haven't seen you since last stream. What's been going on? And what personality do those people have when they go full-time content creator, when they didn't already have some sort of philosophy they were building the brand on? Because now they're also not leaving the house. If you're streaming 30 to 40 hours a week, or you're doing content 30 to 40 hours a week, what experiences in life do you have to draw on to talk about? Unless you're ancient like me, and then you can draw on all your decades of life to talk about. I don't know. It was a recommendation from a family friend who asked me, White Stripes, never heard of them. Are they new or something? I think I like White Stripes for sounding old, even though they're not that old. I only listen to country and Limp Bizkit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just can't with Limp Bizkit. He sounds so like he's missing out on something so hard, and his songs are filling that in. You ever see somebody with a truck so big, you're like, can your penis size possibly be that small to need a truck that big? Can you be compensating that hard? Fred Durst feels like every song compensates for something missing in his soul. It feels like, and I feel like every Limp Bizkit fan, I'm gonna put you under the bus right now. If you're a Limp Bizkit fan, there's something missing in you that song fills in you. Fred Durst filled it in him, and now you're filling it in you. Yeah, that's what I think. All right, hot take. I don't like Limp Bizkit nor Rage Against the Machine. That's okay. Yeah, totally fine. That might be the cold take. Yeah, it might be pretty cold. I get made fun of for it. I think it's just your region. Jim! Hi. Did it all for the nookie. Yep. The only people I've known who listen to Limp Bizkit all rep them in like an ironic sort of way. Yeah, if you're listening to them ironically, I guess I could understand. I know people, though, who listen to things ironically and end up turning into a fan. Like, I listened to a lot of The Birthday Massacre, and The Birthday Massacre is a fan of Limp Bizkit, and I think it started as ironic, like they were making fun, and now they just enjoy them. And I'm that way with The Ontward. Well, I was. I don't listen to them anymore. I feel like I'm concerned about what sort of people they were when they weren't making music, and that's part of it. But yeah, I ironically listened to The Ontward at first and showed them to other people, and then I ended up liking them. Yeah. I capital L love older country songs. There's a very distinct honesty in them that's sorely lacking in today's country offerings. 100%, absolutely. Once the corporal revolution for that music, for that genre came about, that it pretty much cooked the entire industry, I feel. The only way to get back there is for somebody to start taking that risk and say, I'm willing to tell you my story, and I don't care if it resonates with you specifically. It is my story, and it's happening to me, and this is what I feel, and it's not about the demographics of who's going to sell to. Are you going to sell to less people? Probably, but it needs to happen, and I warrant that you probably make enough money to make a good living actually filling the genre with that kind of music again. Limp Bizkit is fun in very small doses, but horrible outside of that. I feel like that's a lot of music, though, too. We were talking about that with the Bee Gees earlier, right? There's some bands out there, there's some genres out there that's like a little bit here and there at a time you can hang with, and it's okay. And then it gets to be too much, and then you just can't. Tally Hall is crazy to me because, yeah, they're cool, but they only have 2 albums. That's still enough for people to become an insane fan of. Yeah. I don't like them that much. No band has ever been able to hold my attention long enough for me to get obsessive over. Same. I've definitely gone down a rabbit hole for maybe like 2 or 3 albums, but then that's like the era of my life for me in that band. And then as I grow, I move on past them. And now my interest in bands is shorter than that. Like, I used to be longer form, and the older I grow, have you pulled up here? Oh, thank you, Janikins. The older I grow, the less interested I am in mainstreaming just one band or like sticking with somebody and making them my identity. There's just so much beautiful music out there. I can't possibly say I'm going to listen to this band and not listen to other bands or other genres or go other directions. Yeah. What is there to be so like obsessive about? Exactly. Nobody is that amazing. Not to me. Or like, I would never go to the same one restaurant and order the same dish from that one restaurant every day of my life, or at home make the same one meal every single night, right? Just like food, music's the variety and spice of life. I want to have different stuff all the time. I don't want to be obsessed with one person or one band. I want to listen to so many different things. There's so much beauty in the diversity. I don't really get hyper fandom. Me either. If anybody's going to be tossing tons of money at somebody, it should be me anyways. I was never a big fan of AC/DC. I feel like AC/DC is iconic to a very simple type of music, and it's easily accessible. And again, in very small doses, it's a certain type of vibe. I feel like it suits a certain feeling. Like if I was on a chrome hog motorcycle cruising down a dusty highway, AC/DC might be on my mix of songs, but I would never buy an album. I'd never dress like them. I'd never go see them in concert. His voice is definitely only like a couple songs long of a choice for me, and then I'd really get burnt out on his voice. Yeah. I saw Pixies in concert once. They're a good band. I like them. I am a fan of Pixies because they never settled down. They never settled down. They never said, here's all that we do. This is all we want. This is the type of music we're just going to do for the rest of our lives.
You're my dad. Boogie, boogie, boogie.
Liz in the East bedroom had a night terror about animals dying in a flood. Poor little. All right. Well, thanks for the update. Poor thing. Yeah, I like the Pixies because they were willing to diversify in a lot of different ways. They're willing to make plenty of bad risks. And I feel like their career was unsuccessful because they never hunkered down and like sold mainstream. But they were, when I say unsuccessful, I just mean like they never made it huge. But did they succeed at making forever music? Did they succeed in like helping start a genre? Absolutely. Nobody, well, I didn't say nobody doesn't know Pixies. There are plenty of people that probably don't know them, but they are so good for the music industry. Yeah. I've seen the Decemberists so many times. One time I saw them 6 times in a year. There's something about the Decemberists that I am a remembrance that I need to look up real quick. Yeah, I've heard good things about this band, but no, I don't think it's them that I'm thinking of. They're an Oregon band, which I'm spent a good chunk of my formative years in Oregon, but I don't really know them that well. I'm gonna put them on my list because it's been an interest of mine to know more about their music, and I just never did. Yeah. I'm sorry, so back in chat that if you say I gotta go, it's probably been a long time since you said that. Because we all just said, I gotta dip, adios, and I had no idea how long ago that was. I don't have my time. I need to put timestamps on these things. I don't know where to do that. God, this app is so, like all these icons are so confusing. Start beeping when there's a new message? No, I super don't want to do that. I'll figure it out off stream sometime, but not right now. Then I saw the band Caligula's Horse 3 times in the week. That's an amazing name. I haven't heard of that band at all. Thunder Rolls is a very good visceral country song. I'm going to put that on my list. So Final Fantasy Tactics is getting a remaster with voice acting, and it's finally coming to BC. I might have to stream that. I've talked about streaming through the Final Fantasy games, including the Tactics line. And if it's getting a nice remaster, that's probably the only thing I would do with some of the older games, especially, is touch the pixel remasters as opposed to touching anything of the originals, just because of the higher quality of life and the level of time sink that the old games require, right? I don't want to sit here and grind through enemies with you all on an old game. I mean, yeah, it's going to give us time to chat and hang out and whatever, but it also pushes out so many other games that we would also be able to stream that I feel like it would be ruinous. Whereas the newer games don't really suffer from that, right? But that's exciting news. Good stuff. It's my favorite Final Fantasy game, so I'm excited. Yeah, I do want to check it out. I've played that genre in other games before. Shining Force was one that I borrowed from a friend. It was an old game of his, but for me, I hadn't played it before, for the Genesis, and that's the same kind of game as far as I understand it. I really liked the style, so I probably would like Tactics. Country also has some sweet Heartland moments too. Love Me by Colin Ray would be an example. I'll check that out too. We all got songs that give us chills because they strike a certain chord regardless of genre. For me, it's Granddaddy's The Software Slump. Oh, I have to check this one out too. Do you use eyeliner? I do. My eyes are not naturally like this. Can you believe that? I mean, maybe one day. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Do you, Emmy, also use eyeliner? Turn It Loose by the Judds. Is that a good one too? All of you have all these great recommendations on this night that we're talking about all the worst music. Corporal music has always existed in every popular genre. For rock and roll, see REO Speedwagon. Oh, yeah. I mean, rock and roll, if we're talking about that, even as far back as Elvis, if you can call that rock and roll. Might be also blues or whatever. But there's definitely people that were brought into a genre or made into a band. You know, all those like boy and girl bands that were like handcrafted. K-pop was, you know, notorious for this for a long time, of just like grabbing the shiniest, starest people and squishing them together and turning it into a famous act with enough training and love. And they're not singing, you know, any of their own songs or doing anything personal or vulnerable. Grinded out Deltarune so hard I forgot to hop on the PlayStation. Stayed the PlayStation. Uh-oh. Whoops. My truck had big tires and I sing along to 4 chords. Good God. It's true. Yeah. Awful genre. The enhanced version features a renewed interface, extensive additions and adjustments to its story, fully voiced dialogue, and more, and also comes with the classic version with the original graphics and gameplay and War of the Lions translation. I don't know what that last part is, but cool stuff. The Beautiful People demo by David Guetta and Sia, thank you, Tra, which later leaked, was created in 2013. Guetta premiered the leaked demo to show in Bangkok. When asked about it in 2017, Sia stated it was a demo she wrote for a pop artist, not a collaboration with Guetta. Yes. Yes. That's the one I was talking about. And Beautiful People ended up becoming, didn't it get renamed? Or was that it? Was it? Yeah, that's the one that I was thinking of. I think. Now I don't know if it's that one. Because I'm looking up Beautiful People and it's talking about a song released just this year. Let's take a look. David Guetta uses Sia's demo vocals and see if it's... Which one of these? It was Titanium. Yeah, I was like, no, it was a much older song. Yeah. Any of you know the song Titanium by David Guetta, as popularly sung by Sia? Everybody's like, David Guetta was right to do this, but this is not the case. She started her solo career around 2000. By 2011, she was going to retire from being a recording artist and just focus on songwriting. David Guetta basically relaunched her singing career by using her demo vocals on Titanium without her permission. Now I'm trying to remember, who was Titanium originally for? Here we go. She was trying to be a songwriter instead of an artist and had written the song for Alicia Keys. So if you can imagine, Alicia Keys was originally going to be the singer for Titanium. And David Guetta was like, no, I'm just going to do this. But, you know, it's kind of like musical R word. Not a great thing. He changed her career, but was it for the better? I mean, was it maybe the reason why it was not great? Well, I'm stuck and need a buck. I don't rely on luck because the hook brings me back. I've heard theories Spotify is just making up artists with like AI and stuff to pad out their playlists so they don't got to pay any royalties when coming up with this big playlist. I could imagine a world in which that's happened or happening, but at the same time, I don't know. Is that smart? Will people actually like follow those bands? Because I feel like the thing of it is that when you listen to music like that, you kind of, if it's good, you want to know who that is. And it won't take long before somebody realizes, hey, this band is faked or there's nothing here. I feel like that risks the Marvel Rivals problem where they were using bots in some matches just to try to give people wins. If they started to feel like they were losing too many times, they got put against bots so that they could win. and then people caught on, and it really pissed a lot of people off. I feel like that could really piss a lot of people off. I'm lurking here, been gaming and now heading to bed. Still have you tabbed up. Janikins, I appreciate your lurk support. Thank you so much. For those of you that don't know, Janikins is also a streamer, streams on Twitch, and has a fantastic clip library of great MLP, MVP moments. Definitely a better player of games than me. If you want to watch somebody who's acumen at playing games is good. I think my headphones may have died. Oh, Toady. Janikins is an all-star. Supporting on Kick, on YouTube, on Twitch. The best. Simply the best. Thank you. Either that or my controller no longer transmits audio through a headphone jack. Uh-oh. That's not good. I can't with the BGs. I've had people tell me they see the family resemblance, and I started looking up if Hemlock grew nearby. Oh no. I once listened to Sewer Slut's Drowning in the Sewer, her first album under the name of Sewer Slut. The samples she uses and references she makes in that album are morally reprehensible, and I think the only reason I enjoyed listening to that album is because I got so bored my brain started to wander and come up with cool writing ideas instead. That sounds kind of... I'm gonna have to check it out. Sometimes moral reprehensibility is okay for me if that really is your vulnerability. Does that make sense? It's like, I don't necessarily want to support people who are awful musicians or, awful people. But at the same time, like, I kind of also want to know your story. Like, maybe I'm not going to buy your merch or your album, but like, maybe I'll stream you on Spotify because I know how few pennies that actually ends up getting you. And I do kind of want to know about those people too. I like to know the human experience in all of its forms. And some people are just like, honestly, kind of garbage and cruel and awful and have weird or creepy thoughts. And that's interesting to me too. I don't want to shut that out. To only listen to music that's like all positive and happy or inspiring or motivational, and to like miss out on the people who are not doing so well or who are the people that cause other people to not do so well. Like, I want to know about all of that stuff too. And if they have art to share, I'm curious to know what that's like, right? A great example of that is, for a good while I listened to Mindless Self-Indulgence, and I feel like especially their lead singer, he's very much that type of person, and he admits it. He's not like trying to sugarcoat what sort of person he is. He tells you he's a garbage human being and that everything about him's awful, and all he wants to do is like all these like, you know, depraved things. But it's interesting to hear that kind of vulnerability too. He's not looking to get better. He's not looking to reform. I feel like when you listen to modern IMX, you see an arc where Chris started out being really dark and broken, and he's getting fixed slowly through love. And you hear that in his lyrics. And it's a really nice arc. It's good to hear, and I'm glad for him. But I also like hearing people's stories like Mindless Self-Indulgence, where there isn't a reform, there isn't a happy ending, there isn't a good in him coming out. There isn't somebody saving him. He might even be getting worse the older he gets, for all I know. I don't know. Another hot take, not a fan of Phil Collins' solo career. Interesting. I don't think it's bad music, but it's cheesy music. I don't disagree with you there. I feel like Phil Collins' music, by and large, is basic. It's tasty for the masses. It's poppy. It's not challenging, and most of his tracks are really just like, hey, let's do something poppy and adult contemporary, and not be too challenging or harsh with any particular personality coming through. Yeah. I also don't like how every album cover of his is an extreme close-up of his face. It feels like a weird face to do extreme close-ups of, right? When you're gonna do, not that Phil Collins is like a horrible man or horrible looking man or anything particularly, but like, unless you're like absolutely gorgeous, which then I get like close-ups, or absolutely hideous, not that to say that he's hideous, but I think he does this as a parody of how he looks. But the guy who is Aphex Twin, I forget his name, Aphex Twin puts his face all over everything, but he does that to mess with you. There's no like, hey, I'm famous and you should see my face about him. He's doing it because it's off-putting, and his music is off-putting. And he makes off-putting versions of his face into his art. Has anybody ever seen an Aphex Twin music video, for example? Like, just look at Window Licker. That's a fantastic example of his face in a nightmarish scenario. But for somebody who just looks kind of like how Phil Collins looks, why is his face such a prominent part of his art? I don't know. I don't understand that. Sometimes morally reprehensible is interesting to me. Are you aware of the band that used their bandmate's dead body as a cover for their album? No, I've never heard of this. Who was that? I had a friend who discovered mindless self-indulgence because of a Chainsaw Man Kobeni edit, and he was into them for a solid week before he was like, oh, and apparently this guy here is a terrible person. Whew. I never talked about it again. Yeah, I mean, like, would I say you should go and buy their merch, go to a concert, see them in any sort of, like, probably not. But if you could watch them, like, especially if somebody's uploaded their stuff onto a place where you can just listen to their music that doesn't generate particular revenue for that band, or, you know, in some sort of non-supportive way, I feel like MSI is interesting. Their music is actually not bad, and it's interesting to see what somebody like him writes. I like that, personally. I like metal, by the way, but it doesn't surprise me that it happened in that genre. I mean, realistically, when you're thinking about, like, what sort of band would chomp on a live bat in concert, you're probably not thinking of, I don't know, like FK, well, maybe FK Twigs, but maybe not like, I don't know, like a K-pop band. You're probably thinking of metal. Probably not thinking of a boy band. Probably not thinking of a country singer. If you have a dead bandmate on your cover art, it's probably not. Most bands, I would imagine, probably wouldn't get away with that one. Yeah. I also have this going. I've been standing in roughly the same spot in Final Fantasy for almost forever, this whole stream, because you guys have been so amazing. It's really been quite nice hanging out with you and having this chat. And I have some really interesting recommendations for music that might be a little off-putting or something that you don't like in a couple instances, and a lot of music that you guys do like, which is, you know, not the point and yet still great. Like, I'm not going to complain. I do appreciate it. I like listening to new music. I like finding new stuff. And I'm hoping that in something of what I will listen to, which will probably be off stream just so I don't have to mess with the MCA, that I'll find something new that I particularly really like. I have a playlist that's called New Me. And I'm not like trying to make like a different reformed new version of who I am. I'm not like redefining myself. If anything, I'm bringing myself back to my core roots of things that I love and want the most. And I've been doing a lot of not that, or been doing a lot of like ruminating on old stuff that I'm not really a fan of, that I just sort of fell into the habit of. There's a lot of music I listened to that I felt was just habitual for me. There's a lot of clothing that I used to wear that was just very habitual for me. You've seen me stream in a lot of like t-shirts and stuff. And all of that was like I've almost never bought a t-shirt in my life. Can you believe that? As many t-shirts as I've probably worn on stream. I don't think I actually buy t-shirts. People buy me t-shirts. And then because I don't have enough oomph, because I feel like I'm in just like an empty space with my emotions. I've been in a lot of depressive and sort of non-motivational periods of my life for a good portion of my adult life, that I just put on whatever is fast to put on and quick to take off to, and has no thought and there's no like worry about is it fashionable or not, because who cares? It's just a t-shirt. And then like comfy shorts or sweatpants or jeans or whatever. It's just absolutely pointless and boring. And I don't want pointless and boring for myself. I almost don't even care what other people think of me, but I very much care what I think of me more and more this last year, in 2025 especially. And so I want to do better for myself. Some of that requires money that I just don't have right now, so that'll take some time. Some of it requires different life scenario than what we're living in currently in this household, and that will just take time. But besides those, I do want to be more intentional with everything that I do, and my music is going to be part of that. And that means identifying music that I really just don't like and making sure that I kind of stop listening to it, kind of stop putting up with it, unless it's music for the kids. Unfortunately, my Spotify Wrapped, like every year, is showing more and more that it's obvious that I let my kids choose a lot of music because it's just stuff that they listen to all the time. Which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Gotta taste make for them too. Yeah. I have a friend that absolutely promises all of Sewer Slut's other albums are peak, but after that first one, I just cannot find it in my soul to care. Might though, not sure. Femitil and Machine Girl better? I'll have to check them out too. Why does every time I click into this particular chat thing, it messes with the offset of the text? It's mind-numbingly bad. Okay, there we go. That. We'll check it out. Was a Norwegian band in the 90s. Their lead singer shot himself. Wow. Band's guitarist took a photo of the body as it was found. It became the album cover. Mayhem is the band's name. Interesting. I do love a good album cover. I don't know if I'd consider that good, but it's definitely, you know, avant-garde. What did the kids listen to? When I was a kid, I listened to what my parents listened to, which was primarily grunge and alt rock. Nice. Good stuff. My parents did not listen to music. And I today feel like I am the listener of music in my nuclear family. I'll hold off on explaining the whole nuclear family bit after the ad break, so nobody misses out on that. I do love a good album cover, and that context is crazy. I just mean, I appreciate that they tried, but I'm not saying that that one's good. What I mean to say is, I think they were trying for the best album cover that they thought was going to be like really iconic and memorable. Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people know who Mayhem is, and I'm not sure that ended up being good. But it just reminded me that thinking of album covers, I do sometimes like a good album cover as a way to promote me getting started listening to a band. Just like you can't judge a book by its cover, you wouldn't ever listen to a band because their cover art was good or because you liked it. But just like books, an album cover and a book cover can make you pick something up and consider it. Or in the case of like Spotify, you know, click on it and give it a shot. Yeah. Oh wait, Riel, you're a skipper now. Never mind, a skipper. Ugh, what a gross name. You're you're subbed. We can talk. We can keep talking about this. Well, I don't want the other people to miss out on the what the fan bam listens to. But I will say, because this isn't that important to the answering your question. Yeah, my family, my three sisters that are older than me, they don't really listen to music, or they do, but like it's more of a passive thing. It's not really like a core element of their lives. I think it used to be when they were young, but today, if you ask them like, oh, I just heard you singing along to that song on the radio. Do you like that band, or like you listen to Pandora? Do you like that act? And they would be like, who? Or if you ask them, do you know who that is? They'd be like, no, I have no idea who that is. They're like they're passive. They're like music tourists. If something happens to randomly play, they'll like it, but then they won't like it with like a thumbs up or like follow the actor or learn anything about the band. It's like they just don't really care. I can't understand that level of passivity with music. The fact that they, two of my three sisters that I know are confirmed listeners of Pandora. I cannot listen to Pandora. Pandora puts a bunch of other random music in your playlist for you, and then unless you're actively like monitoring the app, like you won't know who that is later on. I'm not a fan of discovering music that way. And I don't think Pandora listeners use Pandora to discover music. I think they just do it to seed stuff that's relatively like what they want to listen to, and then Pandora obliges. It's just not my thing. I fell out of love with Pandora a long, long, long time ago. And my parents just didn't really listen to music much at all. Like, they don't listen to music well. My mom's passed. But when they were alive, like, they wouldn't listen to, my mom wouldn't listen to music much at all. She'd sometimes very rarely idly hum to herself. She'd never put anything on. Good to see you, my dude. Yeah, I just, I don't trust people that don't listen to music. I don't trust people that don't like music, that don't make it a core part of their day. I'm listening to music almost like all the time, every day. Even if I don't have music playing, there's something in my head going off, you know? Something is always playing, even if it's in my brain space. Oh, welcome back, everybody from ads who was stuck in ads. So, what do the kids listen to? The kids predominantly these days are listening to Black Eyed Peas, Lady Gaga, very much falling out of love of like listening to Disney princess songs and musicals and that sort of thing. They're really not as much into that as they used to when they were younger. So that stuff's kind of out of the playlist. Did I listen to much else besides those two? Shakira, Black Eyed Peas, Lady Gaga. Those are like the three big ones right now, right off the top of my head. There's a while where they're into some other bands. Oh, Sia. They listen to a lot of Sia too. There's some Madonna in there. I don't think there's huge fans of Madonna as other people. Yeah. But that's it. That's kind of the vein. It's that kind of music. Yeah. I really love concept albums, and I wish there were more. I'm in love with concept albums. If an album tells a story from beginning to end, and it's something narrative and deep and theatrical, I love that. I love an album that takes me somewhere from track 1 to track N. That's my jam. Really good concept albums are fantastic. I was listening to Pandora once a billion years ago, and a new song came on with a voice that was super familiar. Oh, interesting. Turns out it was my English professor, and that's how I learned he has a band. That's awesome. What a wild, weird way to discover that. I wonder if anybody... I doubt this would never happen. Nobody in chat, nobody who ever watches any of my content online knows my music. Probably never. But that might change in this next year. I'm pushing for something. Mindless Self-Indulgence put on a great show back in the day. They subbed for Coal Chamber, one show I went to. Loved their anthem, It Gets Worse. Yes. I like what they do. I just have trouble supporting somebody that's like them, but especially their lead singer. But again, I think a lot of that's allegations, or at least as far as I know. So I'll just say allegedly like him. Unless something's stuck that I don't know about. I don't really keep up on people that are in the music industry, not least of which because a lot of them really are some pretty awful people. So the less I know about them, the better, maybe. I was listening to Grateful Dead Dark Star Session once per day. I have never really listened to Grateful Dead. I'll admit I don't know if that's a hot take, but it's a take. It's a take that happened. I shouldn't say it's a take. It's just a self-report. The self-report is I've heard of the band. I have one uncle that was a Deadhead, and I saw like his Grateful Dead merchandise like in his room and stuff like that, and it looks badass, right? You got this like skull with the lightning, and it's like very evocative branding, and the name Grateful Dead sounds kind of like cool, a little bit menacing. sounds kind of like Savage Garden, if anybody knows who that band is. And I'm picking on Savage Garden for a reason. And that reason is when you listen to Grateful Dead music, or at least when I first listened to Grateful Dead music, I forget the song that I heard. I was shocked at how it sounded. Is it Touch of Grey? I listened to Touch of Grey. I don't know if that's a regular Grateful Dead song or if it's very different for them or whatever. But I heard that song and I was like, Grateful Dead, Skulls and Lightning Bolts, and this is the type of music they do? I could hear this in a grocery store. I could be choosing what brand of bread I want to get for my family and hearing this on the loudspeakers in a grocery store. I was so disappointed. And I'll say the same thing with Savage Garden. When I first heard their name, I was like, oh, what kind of badass, like, alt-rock screaming kind of band is this? And then I listened to Savage Garden, and there was nothing savage about them, and I didn't understand why they used that name. I looked it up later and found out it was a reference to, what, some Anne Rice vampire novel or something like that. But, like, their music is not very vampiric either, so you tell me why they were called something like that when their music is, like, so soft and cute. But you know what? I'll listen to Dark Star. Because maybe it's better than the Grateful Dead music I listened to. The type of music people I hate are ones that talk about it like it's a sport. Wait, what? A sport? Pretend that there's one scientifically correct way to play guitar instead of appreciating the human element of its creation or your own relationship with listening to it. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. There's some people who they're just like pretentious about it, right? Like, oh, I don't listen to them because they're not a good vocalist, or I don't listen to the kind of music because it's not like, I don't know. I know what you're talking about. Like, I know some people that make a claim that there's no better music than this one band and there never will be, and that's the end all be all. I was talking with somebody about like greatest guitarist of all time, and I think he mentioned like Eric Clapton, and I was like, here's the thing with you talking about Eric Clapton this way, calling him greatest guitarist. It says something about like what you think you like in music and not what you think about guitar. Is Eric Clapton a tastemaker in guitar? He is. But I wouldn't say greatest because so many people before and after have done so many different things with guitar too. In fact, I think it's a really hard question to answer. Like, what makes guitar great to call somebody the greatest? But it's definitely not whatever criterion you've placed in Eric Clapton's lap, per se. I just don't feel like it makes sense to me. And it does feel like now you're creating like rules or a certain sort of competition with which music has to cohere in order to make sense for everybody. And you'll never make music make sense for everybody. Yeah. Save Me. Is that the song you don't like, Stuart? I don't know what you're talking about. Save You. Yeah, I love the old guitar rock solos. Might not have been the most technical or hard to play or whatever, but lifts the song and so musical just because it isn't.
Nico Crushing just subscribed. 07.
07 to you too. In fact, get one of these. Where's my... Get 53 of these for having a 53-month streak. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to put 53 in. Did you see what happened on stream? I made that happen. That's one of my secret bot things that nobody knows about yet. And now you've seen it. I forgot that I put it there because I put it there so long ago. Thank you, Nico. Nico has been my longest... There it is! My longest supporter. And it's probably, unless something happens to him or he just decides, oh, it's not worth supporting D anymore. I don't think any of you will ever catch up because he got the inside track. The moment I turned affiliate, I received a sub from Nico Crushing. There's that man. Longest. It's true. Please, if you're not already, show all your support and love. Firstborns.
Eureka.
Everything to Nico.
Ugh. I'm eating dog treat to get that taste out of my mouth.
Oh.
It's also gross, but not as bad.
Oh, why?
Sorry, buddy. I had to.
What bean boozle did you have that you had to have a dog treat instead? That's immortalized forever. That will never leave the internet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So anyways, lifts the song so musical just because that guitar solo isn't the most technical solo ever. Who cares? There's some great soloists out there. Some great... so many people love and still like young people wearing merch and stuff for Nirvana. Nirvana has guitar solos that nobody will ever envy or put in like the Rock Hall of Fame. But their music's great. And those solos are, while not technical, still important. I know plenty of soloists that just don't write particularly great songs, or their solo is just kind of like the vocal part over again, but on guitar. And then some people who do like crazy hammered off, pulling off, you know, crazy tremolo picking and just like absolute wild sweeps and are just insane. They're the best. And their music is not particularly that interesting. I'm looking at you. God, who's that name? Petrucci? Is it John Petrucci? God, John Petrucci's guitar is so technically advanced and so devoid of emotion. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. I just feel like he learned the instrument so well, but there's like something missing in him. He doesn't have something to give as far as music goes, or he's corpoed out. I don't know what it is, but the way he writes music, I'm so disinterested in his solo work. I would rather listen to a garage band solo than his. I know a guy who would say that all the music elitism stuff in their favorite band was Oasis. Excuse? They talk about like our group chat was named Oasis Fan Club. Oh no. Oh, you do know somebody who's like absolutely obsessed. Post 5-hour shoddy concert recordings if we was about to watch all of that. Seriously. Man, I can't watch past like you send me a 3-minute video, it's gonna sit unread for like weeks. I'm sorry. 5 hours. would talk about absolutely nothing else, not even have the respect to shut up when the topic is something else. That's some high level neurospicy. When you can't even catch that the rest of the chat somewhere else, or just read the room. If nobody else is talking about something, why do you persist? Why would you? Unless you're a live streamer, in which case you all talk about my thing or you go away. I like Wonderwall, and that's the furthest I will ever care about Oasis. The most interesting thing I remember about Oasis is the brothers would like get into actual problems in real life, like bar fights and stuff like that, and even fight with each other. But besides that, their music is, you know, catchy. Definitely not like I'm going to make a whole fandom about it and forget what all my friends want to talk about and just talk about them. My dad introduced me to Grateful Dead when I was real young. He and his friends back then were huge Deadheads. Fun fact, one of his friends named his daughter Cassidy after the song. Oh, cool. The one thing, I'll say one positive thing about them because, you know, my experience is so like empty about them, but I have learned that Grateful Dead were some of the original pioneers of like making the best live show in history. From what I understood, they made these crazy walls of sound with amazing like technical specs and had all sorts of wiring and electrical and had immense teams helping them put together their equipment for venues, and nobody else before them had really ever hit that level of audio acumen for live show work. which, you know, impressive in the history of things. Savage Garden did kind of try to go for a vamp goth aesthetic in their dress style. Did they? Maybe I just don't remember. I feel like if that's what they wanted, they could have at least tried to write music like that, though. I would have liked them better, I think. They were okay, a couple of their songs, but I didn't stick around. Another band with badass imagery but kind of mild sound, The Misfits. Yes, it's true. It's blasphemy for me to say, but I kind of just can't listen to their stuff. No, it's so true. Plus Danzig is kind of, we wouldn't be friends, but there's such a huge influence on the horror rock / punk genre. Yeah, it's true. They seem so different, right? Like you listen to their music, you look at them, then you listen to their music. It's just, it's disparate. It breaks expectations, and it really, in my opinion, is kind of a letdown. Realistically, it's just so different. Important piece of info about Darkstar. It's not just one song. It was a jam session for him at their concerts. Okay. Several different versions. I'm sure there's a playlist of them on YouTube. Cool. I'll check that out. Eric Clapton is such a disappointment as a person. Yeah. I didn't want to bring that part up as far as like, you know, is he a great guitarist or not? But yeah, there's that side of it too. Although I'd argue I don't really know a lot of guitarists that I feel have like a heart of gold and have done everything right in their lives and I would advocate for as a human being. I don't see that in a lot of people in music, period. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to send you a face pic to swap out for that logo thing. You're gonna do a face swap out too, like Oz does for her intro? We could do that. We could do that. Stuart, why do you keep saying save me? They all started to taste the same to me. Honestly, those beans, they wear you down because they did such a good job making them so horrible. There's the reason why I never did the Bean Boozled challenge, and half of it is I feel like it would ruin my taste buds. Like I don't know, I'd be scared to just keep subjecting myself to such horrible flavors. But also too, I also feel like I don't like wildly react to things. I don't have big emotions about stuff, so I don't play like games where the object is like if you die you're gonna like scream or like yell or throw your keyboard or whatever, because I don't do those. It's like you won't find that kind of reaction with me. Each one of us who does live stream has to figure out why we're here in our space, right? And the one thing I think I've always heard pretty much all my life, well, except when I was a kid and I didn't know anything, but as soon as I started to like know things, I found that people would say, you know, D, when I hang out with you, I feel like I learn something new every time. Every time we hang out, I learn something new. So I'm like, you know what? Let's do something about that. Let's learn new shit. Let's exchange ideas. Let's grow. Let's build the brain. Let's get back to like in your off time hanging out and watching streamers or being part of content or whatever. Let's get back to a place where we're like becoming more than we were yesterday. Whereas I feel most streamers are going to do one of two things. They're going to decompress and unplug you, which has its merits. Don't get me wrong. I get why those people exist. That's actually its own sort of service. If you had a really shitty day at work and you need somebody to commiserate with, you need like a safe space. First of all, don't fucking come here because I'm going to like make you think. And it's not even the best lurk experience for that. So I'm not your brand, right? But then also like you can't do that all the time, or hopefully you don't have to do that all the time. You do want parts of your life where you are making yourself a little bit better than you were yesterday. And then there are the other streamers that I think are like me, but are maybe like more pseudo intellectual, or maybe they're really smart, but they're smart in gathering people that like them and think like them and want to build a community like them and talk about the same stuff and agree with each other. I can't build that kind of community. That one's worse. I don't see the service in that. I see the service in decompressing. I see the service in engaging, which is what I'm doing. I don't see the service in let's all get together and talk about things that we agree with each other on 100% and build an echo chamber especially the political streamers. I've definitely wanted to dabble in politics and live streaming, and I'm not against it in the future. I just have to figure out how to like format that type of show. I don't want it to be me just reacting to a bunch of other people's clips, which I swear, like every time I check in on Hassan or Destiny or somebody like this, like I feel like their job, or like Vaush, their job is pull up clips of other people and give you their take on what's happening or what they think. And then their chats all rabidly agree with what they believe. And then anybody who disagrees gets banned. Yeah. Subjecting myself to such horrible flavors. Arby's fans talking about their plans for lunch. So I grew up not eating mammals, and to this day I don't like. I've tried plenty of different types of mammal meat over the course of my life, and then I just decided it's not really for me. Plus the health benefits of eating like strictly pescatarian. I shouldn't say strictly. We eat cheese and we eat eggs in my household, but you know, the vast majority of our like meat protein is seafood. That I don't really have a strong knowledge of Arby's and what they do and what they're like, but I've seen their menu before and I've seen their commercials, and I swear it looks like to me, now y'all can correct me for those of you that have had Arby's, whether you like them or not, it seems like their menu is like a deli, but without all the things delis have. So like delis have, you know, different types of lettuce. You have other veggies you can put on things like pickled veggies, sauerkrauts and pickles and specialty mustards. You've got all sorts of different sliced up meats and stuff. And then you have like many different types of bread, like specialty rye and things like that. Like a deli is an experience of flavors. Usually a lot of them quite pungent and interesting when paired together. And so I understand the concept of a deli. Arby's looks like a deli that's going under. Like they have one type of bun, 3 types of meat, and like 2 or 3 types of sauces. And when you order a sandwich, you don't get a choice. They choose the bun, the meat, and the sauce. And you don't get anything else on it except for bun, meat, and sauce. Is that right? Or am I wrong? Do they actually have like a real restaurant's amount of food? And I'm just like seeing it wrong. Maybe it's just the commercials I see, but it looks like it's fucking, like it's prisoner food. Like here's your daily protein and some carbs so that you don't have to hold the protein. You can hold the carb. You couldn't live on that food, right? You can't live on just carb and protein. I don't know. It's me talking. Somebody is, you know, obviously elitist about the food that I eat. I like Arby's. I'm just instigating. Not an expert on the Arby's menu. The only thing I ever ordered is the gyro. They make gyros? That seems interesting to me. What's the Arby's gyro? Does it have stuff in it? Looks like it does. I see vegetables on this thing. At least, you know, you can tell me if I'm looking at promotional food or if it actually comes this way. I can see lettuce, tomato, red onion. That's pretty interesting. You can't live on any fast food at all, I don't think. Sure, but I mean, there's fast food that's like, yeah, we have vegetables in our restaurant and we put them on the food that we make for you. So like, it's not, you know, necessarily life-sustaining, but when I think of a food product that is just a vehicle carb, like a tortilla or a bread or a bun or a pasta, and then you don't add anything to it but meat, I think of prisoner food. I think that's prison food to me. There's the picture and then there's the actual product. Yeah, is there actually like lettuce, tomato, and red onion on the gyro, or what do they actually do? What do I want to do? Am I at cap yet for mathematics? Not quite. We're getting so late on in the night and I haven't actually done anything because you all are just so wonderfully engaging this evening. Thank you for being that way. You beautiful creatures of the night. It's probably daytime for some of you. I shouldn't say that. Stuart, you keep talking and I have no idea what you're saying. Was supposed to be off at 9. Oh, you're saying save you because you're working on Switch release night, aren't you? Gross. Gross. I don't blame you. It does come with all that, but it's like you're barely tasting anything but the meat. Oh no. It's an afterthought instead of being equal parts of the food. That's especially dubious of the onion. If you can't taste the onion, there's something wrong. Like, is it even onion or is it just like purple colored, crunchy, I don't know, styrofoam onion alternative or whatever. Vikash Tiwari, am I saying your name right? Hi and welcome. Yeah, there's so much bad music. I don't know why I started to say that. I had a thought about what I was going to say and then it just completely erased in my brain. I think because all I could think about was Arby's Nasty Food. What if Arby's had a band? Oh, maybe I should walk down here. Is there any easy way back out of here? I'm reminded of that scene from Falling Down where he gets his burger and it looks like someone sat on it. Ugh. I've definitely had food that looks horrible compared to what it's the promotional art. I'm going to call it art because you know a lot of that. Have you ever seen food photography work done? Like the way that they make stuff like toothpaste look like real food. And they use like blow dryers on the meat to make it darker so that it looks like it was cooked. And they build the sandwich just on the outside like a scaffolding so it looks much taller and juicier than it would. And they'll usually use like syringes to add more sauce so it looks like the sauce is going out of the sides. Music video for Walk by Foo Fighters where Dave Grohl beats the hell out of a minimum wage fast food worker because his burger didn't look like what it was on the poster. Foo Fighters are a very interesting band. I feel like they are so famous and so huge, and I can't think of a single song that just like screams out to me was like iconic and wins rock and roll or wins alternative or grunge or whatever. Like, how do they get so big and amazing when they don't have any standout? To me, nothing really stands out. The one song that I like quite a lot from Foo Fighters, but it's because of the history, is Everlong. And the reason I love this song so much is because he wrote that song when he was dating the lead singer, one of the two lead singers of Veruca Salt. They have Nina and Louise. He was dating Louise. And they were together for 3 months. And he wrote this song about this ever-long romance. And you know what happened at the end of 3 months? He started to cheat on her with Winona Ryder. Yeah, that Winona... I mean, there's only one Winona Ryder, right? Started to cheat on Louise Post. And Louise Post got real pissed that he wrote that song and did his thing and, you know, was a good boyfriend, but not really that great. And then started seeing a movie star. And that pretty much ended things with Louise. And so she wrote a song in Veruca Salt. Nina, I think, was off trying to do a solo career, which also made Louise extra salty too, that she lost Nina to frontman syndrome or narcissism or something, and was losing Dave Grohl to a movie star. And she wrote a song in retaliation called All Dressed Up. and she uses the word everlong in a biting, cynical way to stab Dave Grohl as a thanks for dating her for 3 months, writing this beautiful song, and then ghosting her with a movie star. It's a great song. It's a much better song than Everlong, in my opinion. That photography is a scam. It is. It's such a scam. Wait, why does Stuart's messages keep... I think he's probably only typing once, but his phone's like resending and resending the chat. That's probably what's happening. Well, it was Winona Ryder. I can't blame him much. I mean, if you had a chance with Winona Ryder, if I were him and it was that era, I would take it, but I would probably have found a nicer way to break up with my current girlfriend that I just wrote a hit love song about. Would have done it a different way. I don't know. I don't agree with his methodology. To me, Foo Fighters is the type of band where it's like there's nothing special, but it's that type of music nobody hates. Exactly. It doesn't insist itself on anyone. And so like the easy listeners, the musical tourists, if I can use that line again, they listen to it and they're like, oh yeah, they're great. Whoever these people are, they're doing a great thing. Every conversation's like, yeah, I know Foo Fighters. You know, Dave Grohl does barbecues at homeless shelters. Yeah, it's all about like the guy and not about the music, right? All My Life and Times Like These are great though. They redefined my OC's personality. OC? What do you mean by OC? Just curious. That can stand for a few things. He probably didn't know it was a hit until much later. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't think it was a big hit right out the gate. It did okay. I mean, Everlong didn't really do much until he played it on Howard Stern, then it blew up. Yeah, well, it was one of the songs that got a music video. So at the time, I think they thought it was going to be one of the better songs on the album. But I don't think Foo Fighters really could have ever dreamed that doing it acoustic was going to blow up as much as it did. I remember him saying on an interview later on after they did that recording that he'll never put acoustic Everlong on an album because he'll save that for when he knows he needs to generate enough money for retirement, and then he'll do a copy of it then. Which that makes sense, because yeah, that's pretty much like their big thing. Just like when Stone Temple Pilots did Plush acoustic, I think that put Stone Temple Pilots on the radar of a lot of people back then, when you could be a edgy all guitar wall of sound rock band and then wait, we have a softer side, we'll do this with an acoustic guitar and you'll see, you know, we're nuanced. You'll fall in love with us. Original character. Oh, stuff used in D&D. Oh, interesting. And your own writings. Cool. Yeah, I know see to me original character. I just wasn't sure if that was the one that you meant in terms of, I don't know many people that necessarily use music to create or to help create a character. Oh, I really don't want to do main scenario. I guess I could though. But if I start to do one of these other things that's too spicy, then I won't be able to pay attention to chat. Maybe we'll just do a couple of short form ones. Do trials and normal raids and see how far from cap on mathematics we are. Getting pretty close to cap for the week already. And maybe I should also make my way over to start doing the quests in OC, in Occult Crescent in that case. Because that's something I probably want to make some progress in. If I were to do... I can start making my way there. Meow. I've already got a lot of other stuff done for the week, so I'm not too concerned about progress in other ways. Yeah, let's just go to Tilio. Does anybody else do that? Do you use music to help you like vibe or create other things? Oh, there's my trial. Like when you are writing a story or doing crafting if you do like physical art in some way. Does anybody use certain types of music in that regard? I know I'm now diverging from the prompt, but the concept I'm still kind of curious about is, you know, how do you use music as like a tool, I guess, that would affect other things as a derivative of the greater work that you want to do. An old school chat GPT, if you will. I forgot how good this music is. I don't remember this track being this good. And yet here we are. A character's musical identity is vital to writing for me. I love that. For one, it's like everybody likes music. It's a good facet to their personality. Look at the movie Baby Driver. I don't know if I know that movie. Baby Driver. 80% of that guy's personality is told by music. I wish I knew more music. I wish I knew more cinema. I'm not necessarily a big cinema head, but it's something that I started to get interested in later on in my life. And I always wanted to go back and watch like a lot of the movies that friends have recommended to me that were like the best of their genres or whatever. This guy talks a lot. It's hard to talk while he's talking. I did that to some degree one summer. I've told this story, so I apologize if you're a longtime viewer or lurker. You probably have already heard this one. But there's one summer where I said, I'm a huge horror fan. Why don't I know more horror? Like, I had listened to, oh my God, we're talking so much about music. I just can't stop talking about things in terms of music. I had watched horror since 5 and kept watching more and more and more horror films over the course of my... God, sorry about the white. It's so bright. Why? Oh God, it's hot. Watched so many great movies, but I hadn't really sat and watched a lot of them. And the big cult classics, all the way back to like the older Hitchcock sort of... I don't know if you call them horror, but you know, like kind of creepy dystopian sort of stories, and then up through Kubrick and Wes Craven and like all different subgenres of horror through the ages. I hadn't really followed them a whole lot, and I made up for it one summer. And I just started watching tons and tons and tons of horror. I kind of want to do more of that. Maybe not all in one summer. Oh, is this going to be safe? But somehow get more other types of movies under my belt. And just, yeah, broaden my experiences. Broaden what I know about movies in general, cinema in general. I've been in movies. I want to know more about the industry I've worked. What is that horn sound? I'm trying to figure out what that noise is that I hear every once in a while. Is that one of the other people in the group? It's by Edgar Wright, guy who made Scott Pilgrim. Oh, why don't I know this? I feel like this is definitely something I should know. It's It's about a getaway driver who sinks his entire life to music, so the movie's like one long music video. Interesting. Did you ever see any other movie that was like entirely done with music? I mean, not talking about like The Wall or Tommy or whatever, but just movie where the music it kind of plays entirely throughout. I've seen a couple by Daft Punk that were both really good and interesting in different ways. One was Interstellar 5555, which was one of their albums. I can't remember the name of the one. Entirely through and through, but it was a different kind of experience than like Tommy or The Wall, because I feel like it was like building something that was different than the actual album in its own sort of way. It was like a new, different story that the album wasn't quite telling, if that makes sense. I don't know if that, maybe that is more like the others than I'm saying, but yeah, it was really good. The other one, I can't remember what this movie was called, was not Daft Punk's music. It was a movie made by Daft Punk, full of music that they like, if that makes sense. And I watched it thinking, oh, cool, I love Daft Punk and I want to listen to their music. Let's check this out. And then I was a little bit disappointed when I didn't hear any of their music, but I ended up learning a lot more about them and what they like as musicians. And that was kind of cool in its own right, to see what things they wanted to share with me, if that makes sense. It was kind of fun. I can't remember what that one was called now, but there were a couple songs off of that in that movie that I ended up liking as a result. So thanks, Daft Punk, for making that. Let me hop it off the stream. Hey, Blue Hood, thanks for being here. You hung out for quite a while, and we had some really great chats. I appreciate your contribution to tonight. Look forward to seeing you in more future streams. Have a good night. Baby Driver is brilliant. Oh, I definitely have to check it out then. Oh, it's not the guy who made Scott Pilgrim, directed the movie. Gotcha. Cool. Where am I going to get down there? Is there really no like way down to the docks except through the marketplace? Engaging is what I'm hoping for. Yeah, if you all are here and enjoying this chat and conversation, and you realize there just aren't enough streamers out there that give you this level of connectivity and deep thoughtfulness and just talk to you about their day or whatever, then please consider, at least at bare minimum, whether you have means or not, drop a like, a follow, a sub, or whatever it's called on the platform that you're watching. I have to be careful about the use of the word sub, because sub means follow on YouTube and pay me on Twitch. So I'm not trying to say the Twitch version of sub. I'm trying to say the YouTube version of sub. And if you're interested in being a big supporter of me in the empire building as a whole, if you are of means, you know what to do. If you're not of means, go follow me on all my socials and like posts and stuff and set up notifications so that when I have them up, you see them and you click on them and you comment and whatever and repost. All that kind of stuff surprisingly helps content creators very deeply. Even if you feel like you don't have anything interesting to say about the topic, just your engagement, your willingness to put your name in the comments thread or to repost somebody's content, that pushes that person up the algorithm quite a bit. Algorithms, as I've done extensive research this last year on building a business in this regard. Algorithms are built by not what content a user creates per se. They're not looking at what I create, the words that come out of my mouth, and what content I have on the screen, and they're not judging me as the creator. They're judging all of you as the viewers. I didn't know this until recently, but it's true. So what I do, how I interact, what I say, how I look, what happens in my stream is not nearly as important as where you click, what you do, how you engage, how much you chat versus not chat, leave or stay, who you share with, who you comment on, even just clicking like, all that kind of stuff. That's the important part. It's what you guys do. So you drive whether I make this into an empire or not. It's a little scary for me to admit, but hey, it's the case. I don't think this is where I have to go. I think that's where I have to go. Wachumeki, that place. Which I guess I could just run over there. It's fine. I don't do enough calls to action, so there's my one call to action tonight. Is add me on everything. Add me on everything and then do all the engagement things. Especially because it's free. Free for you to do, free for me to receive, and it's life-changing to my career. And all the things you've already done so far has definitely changed my path. When I started live streaming, I did not think I'm going to do this to become a big live streamer. I actually had no idea. In my heart of hearts, I had no idea why I was starting streaming. I was starting streaming because Nico started streaming. That's why. He did, and I was like, hey, I know how to do content creation. I have a YouTube channel. I could do a stream too. That was why. Now this is what I want to do for a living. This music playing sounds like NPR music. I am oddly Cornish with all things considered. It does. It absolutely does. Oh man, I don't know this fight at all. I don't remember. This is Abyssos. So this is one of the Pandemonium fights. And I super don't remember this one. This is gonna be tricky. The good news is he's got a really wide target reticle, so at least see where I don't have to get close to him. Oh, I feel like, especially with those knockback mechanics, I'm gonna get knocked off. Absolutely. I don't know if I'm gonna be great at this, but I'm gonna at least try. What are we doing? Why are you going off to the side over here? Why go over here? Oh, that's why. Uh-oh. Something stunned me for a second. Oh boy. The problem with everybody else also not knowing this fight is I'm going to have to do a lot of healing. And I don't know this fight, so if I die a lot, how am I supposed to save everybody else? Oh, that's not good. Oh, all of us came to the back one and left these other two people up front alone. Okay, good. There's bridges. Jeez. Run. Somebody died by standing by one of the tanks. Not great. Not a good look. This is so epic. And I super don't remember this fight. It looks really cool. It seems neat. Where are we going? Here? Sure. But does it all look like they're all aiming at... Okay, they're not aiming at us. Good. Okay. Things are happening over there. Oh my, we have to move. I didn't see that part. Well, there goes our main tank too. Is the other healer gonna res? I'm gonna res faster than you. I'm gonna res faster than you twice. Oh, what are we supposed to do there? Take damage. How are we supposed to go in the middle? There's no standing in that middle. I see. Oh my. Gotta run. Oh, I took tons of damage right there. I have so many stacks of vulnerability. Not great. I'm not even contributing to the DPS here either. Because I'm so focused on just surviving. What do these fruit do, though? Not a fan. Oh no. How are we supposed to manage this? Somebody's gonna die. Oh, nobody died. Okay, this one monk is pissing me off how much they die. You know, and after all of this talk, I'm not sure I even mentioned what type of music I particularly really enjoy and don't enjoy. Well, I guess don't enjoy is the matter at hand. The type of music that's just not really my thing. The fact of it is, I listen to almost every genre of music unless it repeats. That's the hardest thing for me, is to stay involved when things get really, really repetitive. So that would pretty much rule out a lot of bluegrass and folk, because a lot of the point of that genre of music is we want everybody to be able to pick up an instrument and play along with us, right? That also rules out plenty of electronica, because electronica is kind of like more of a vibe thing, right? It's like, let's get you into this groove, you'll feel it, and then we want you to kind of like live in that space a bit. So hang out with us, be in this moment, and feel this feeling for a while. Man, the amount of damage this guy puts out. And I feel it, and then by, you know, the fourth beat, I'm like, now what else? Like, I want you to change up. I want to hear the next big thing. What's that going to be? Everybody. Uh-oh. Don't like this. I'm just going to not get knocked back. Uh-oh. Not great. Still got hit by that. Now my other healer's down. I can't survive like that. I'm gonna get killed. Somebody was walking everywhere I was walking that whole time. And, you know, I'll even put Foo Fighters on the bus here too. There's like some types of rock where the idea is just to sort of like vamp on something. Vamp is kind of the musical term for we're going to put sort of like the same riff over and over again. We'll just keep hitting this like groove. We'll say this thing, this one really cool line, and we'll keep saying it. It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, I think a lot of bands are guilty of this. It depends on the song. Sometimes a good vamp is meaningful. It says something when you, I'm thinking of, since we were talking about Rage Against the Machine a little bit earlier, a lot of people aren't really big fans of, or at least one person mentioned they're not a big fan of Rage. Oh, it's the stream plant rejuvenation time. There's a song where he says, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. And he says that a lot, right? A lot of times in a row, which, you know, there's a meaning behind repeating that and like building that up. There's a more recent Korn song where he repeats over and over again, God is making fun of me. He's up there laughing, I can see. And that was in retaliation to, I think he lost like his wife and his mom that's in the same year or something like that. Something related to that. So repeating something on Vamp, like, sure, if it's meaningful, but just to like keep you in a groove or to fill a song because you don't have good ideas of what you want to do, it starts to get boring and I just got to tap out. Did you see everybody hating on that tippy toes guy? No. What's with the tippy toes guy? Who's the tippy toes guy? Maybe I'm out of the loop on this one. Okay. What I want to be going into this, probably somebody with some significant survivability. So let's try some paladin. Stands on tiptoes. You'll be married in a year in the suburbs. What is this? Brendan Abernathy. Married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3, convincing yourself you're living the American dream. Why does this sound familiar? This sounds familiar. Maybe it's come up in my thing. In my algo. Let's see. Musician? This guy?
But married in a year, chiller. You'll be married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3, convincing yourself you're living the American dream. And I'll be dancing out in California, the kid who got it all wrong. Convincing
Why do people hate on this guy?
one day I'll write a love song.
He's all right.
Of Noah Kahn, the Lumineers, Zach Bryan, and Benson Boone. I am just a white guy with a guitar, but
I don't see where the hate stems from that. He's okay. There's another clip of him doing this way different. Oh, okay. So where's the what's the premise of the hate? Where are people deciding that this isn't a guy, I don't know. To me, he sounds fine. His lyrics are interesting. I don't know that I would immediately think virality, given how many guys with guitars there are on the internet. Okay, is it the other clip that people hate on? I wonder if I get in here and just immediately croak on the first enemy I see, if this is really not soloable content. I mean, there's plenty of people here if you want to get into a group, so I suppose it's not really a big deal if I decide soloing isn't for me. You can mount right out of the gate? Okay, you just can't fly. There's no fly, but there's immediate dash out of the gate and move. That's interesting. Already, I feel like I don't know this area. Okay, let's try one. Why does it have that weird crescent icon near it? Because it's a level 1 crescent. I can give it a shot. I can always run, I suppose, if I feel like I'm severely outclassed with a level 1. Give this a shot and see how it feels. You know, this feels all right. Somebody is watching me solo it and is like, no, don't solo these. You're going to die. Or they're like, wait, I need to kill these too. Please let me help. Well, now I'll never know if they're soloable or not. Thank you. I suppose I can always run around this person if they're gonna stay. Don't I need to kill? Maybe these aren't part of the quest, are they? Posted a Discord. People just found it really cringe. Oh, critical encounter. Can I just join those? Or how do you... Maybe I can't just join it. I can see where it is, but that's really far away for me. I thought they said you could just join any critical encounter at any level, or regardless of level, but maybe you actually need to be able to walk over there. Well, let's take a look. Let's see how cringeworthy this really is. Can I make this? Oh, there's probably a way I can get this to go over there. How do I make this go over there? Full screen. No. Can I copy link and paste? Trying to make this streamable stuff.
Convincing yourself you're living the American dream, and I'll be dancing out California. Kid who got it all wrong, convincing myself one day I'll write a love song.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the cringe. So they posted lots and lots and lots of parodies. I mean, so he's really putting himself out there with that style. It's just... I don't know how to get over there. It's a certain type of style. It's not anything particularly noteworthy that I can think of. It's right in the middle of a big crowd and everybody's like vibing. So, you know, either all of his friends or a bunch of people that really wanted to hear somebody with a guitar singing a little ditty. I don't even know if he's got more of a song than just those like 4 lines. So maybe it's just like an idea of a song. He's just like, hey, I got an idea of a song. Eating TikTok parodies for a laugh. I'll check it out. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is that, like, when people have like a weird body tick when they do performance, sometimes that's funny and people want to make fun of that. Like, I know they made fun of people who play flute because their eyebrows seem to move around a lot, like Asmongold levels of eyebrow moving. Now I know that reference. Thank you to all of you that made me watch Asmongold so much that now he's in my feed all the time. Like different people do different things when they play instruments. When I play guitar, I lick my lips or like stick my tongue out in like focus, and I can't get my tongue to go back away, except when I'm like singing, you know, then I'm singing and my tongue does what it needs to do when I sing. But I don't know how to fix that. So maybe his tiptoes thing is like part of his like tick to make him play guitar better or something. The only other thing I can think of is some people aren't used to hearing that type of vibrato. It's natural in many people's voices, a certain demographic of voice. When you sing and you have that looseness in your voice where you get vibrato, some people's are slow, and some people's are very fast and warbly like his. That's not anything he's doing. That's the nature of the way his larynx and voice works when he's got vibrato in his voice. He can't correct or... I mean, he could try to change it. He could try to make a fake vibrato instead. But I don't know that that's necessarily going to be a best service to him to try anyways, because he's already got a natural just... And some other people have that type of vibrato too and have made it famous. So not anything particularly one person should be made fun of for, per se. Stuart, I'm happy you're finally done with your day. Please make it home safe. Basically how much he put himself out there and then stood on his tiptoes to lean into it. Yeah, I feel like that's probably just a tick. Like, some people get big performance anxiety. They got this great idea and they sing it alone and they're like, oh, I want to share this with the world. You know, I think everybody would really enjoy my song. And then they go out there and try it, and it's all nerves. It's just all so like, so you get so tense and you just don't, how do you hold yourself together? The hyper vibrato is pretty common. I've never been a fan personally, but it's not like he can swap out his vocal cord. Yeah, exactly. Can't just change out to different vocal cord for shiggles. Found a parody? All right, we'll take a look. How did I do this last time? I guess I could just bring this over. I have Discord on streamer mode, so it should be fine. Zoop. Oh, wait, this one's not. Why is the audio not going through? You all can't hear that audio. Oh, maybe I do need to pull it out into a browser source to make it happen. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Copy message link. I'll just do it this way. I was like, I can't hear it at all. What's going on? Oh, that's cute.
And you'll be married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself you live in the American dream.
You'll be married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself you're living the American dream.
Come on, that's not a parody.
You'll be
He was trying.
married in a year in the suburbs with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself you're living the American dream.
Yeah, she was making fun of the vibrato.
In a year in the summer with a kid on the way in 3. Convincing yourself you're living the American dream.
They weren't, I don't know. The fingers on the floor thing was really cute. That part was funny. But I feel like a couple of them, like they were actually trying to just do the song that they're in their own way. I don't know. It didn't feel like it was enough of a parody. Yeah, the first one was good. The other ones are like, it's fine. And then, yeah, just sort of making fun of somebody for their vibrato. That's just, I think what happens is literally every time somebody hears that vibrato for the first time, and it's just not common in a lot of modern music to hear it, it's just like, whoa, what is that? What's happening to his voice? Like, why is he so shaky? But that's just natural. And it's natural for people, I think, also to react differently to it too, because they're disused to the sound. So I also probably shouldn't say that you shouldn't make fun of it. If you're new to hearing that sound and it's funny, make fun of it. And somebody can tell you, oh, that's just natural. And then from that point forward, it'll feel natural too. These guys are not too tough. This might also change very quickly. Like the higher level you get, the absolute impossible this will be to solo. I don't remember when I first started in Eureka or Bosnia whether those places were soloable or not. This place is very soloable at level 1. I'm also not receiving like any experience, even just for doing this very basic thing though. But I do like these areas of the game, these higher difficulty, old school RPG sort of vibes, old school MMO vibes. It makes me miss playing games like EverQuest. Stuart, welcome home. Welcome to this part of your night. Honestly, those parodies probably helped him quite a bit. Seriously. No, especially the ones where they were really just trying to do the song as best as they can. Naturally, everybody's gonna, click on the backlink or do a search in the comments for who that is. And then that gives him that much more recognition. Now, does he have more than 4 lines? Does he have an actual music career he's trying to, start with all of this? That's the real question. What can he do with his virality? As somebody who's, trying to come at content creation, not by being young and viral or hot, I'm trying to learn it. That means that I look at all these things kind of more academic and dry. And one of the things that I'm always interested in is when people hit virality, whether it's by mistake or by pure intention and just happens to kick off, is what then do you do? Once you've got that virality, what's your next step? Where do you go with what you've managed to catch? Because your next thing, your next step, your next pivot, or wherever you end up feeding people, that's critical to what happens to you, right? Do you have a landing spot for people after their one video that they see? Or is that all there is? And then they'll forget about you and move on to the next funniest or next best or next nicest sounding song, whatever it happens to be. I don't want wings like that. What the hell? If you're not already a content creator or you're not an important content creator, then how do you get people to, I think the marketing term is funnel. How do you funnel people to what you need them to see in order to keep them? Do you rely on making another viral thing? Because that can be kind of tricky too. If you lucked out with your first viral post, do you know what you're doing well enough to get another viral post out there? Yeah, this shows you where the critical encounters are, but not how to get in. Maybe I'm just not high enough level to involve myself in, or high enough unlock in the zone to involve myself in them. Maybe this person knows something about critical encounters. Foes fought in critical encounters are unaffected by knowledge level, so all players who join the fray. Okay, but how? You need only reach its location on the map. Ah, ha 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 ha. Gotcha. So I would need to get out to where that is. That would be the tricky part. That one's kind of far down. Oh no, that's not crit. That's a fate. That's the. It's even farther away. Yeah, I don't know about that, all that yet. That dude who sang "Rich Men from Richmond." Yeah, that guy. Did he ever make it? Did he? I feel like that guy was a musician, though, right? He didn't seem like a guy holding a guitar. He seemed kind of like he was a musician and was sharing. I also feel like you can actually put together a viral clip that looks like you're just some guy who's got a guitar and you're just doing like a self-shot post. It's like a self-audition, self-tape sort of thing. You do one of those, you put it up online, and nobody knows that you're a musician already until then they get funneled in, right? They watch that clip, it goes viral, and it's like, hey, that guy with the guitar with his barbecue outside, that was pretty good. And then they go and they take a look and see who you are, what you got going on. They're monitoring your whole profile. All of a sudden, they know this guy is actually a real musician and he's got good stuff. And maybe I'm interested in, you've made your own commercial for yourself by going viral in that way. And it looks like you're being vulnerable and it looks like you're a small time guy that just made it big with this one video. But that's part of the fun. That's part of the interest. Like older people like doing the thing where it looks like they're hitting record and then backing away before they post their TikTok. It's like all of that kind of stuff is planned so that you get this feeling of I'm actually watching somebody I know pop in on my, or just like a regular Joe. I shouldn't say somebody that you know, but just like a regular guy who just decided to record something. And you're like, oh shit, that's Jack Black actually, or that's somebody, big and cool. Who knew? Or now. Oliver Anthony? I don't know that. I don't know that name. Was that the guy? That's the guy. Oh yeah. Yeah, singer-songwriter. When did he start his career? Let's take a look. There's a Wikipedia page on him, so he must be something. He's been active since 2021. Was that when he went viral? When was his big viral thing? Viral thing uploaded to YouTube on August 8th, 2023. So he'd been cranking at music for 2 years before that sudden viral, oh, look at this guy. Nobody's ever heard of him before. He just wrote himself a commercial for his own work. Good stuff. It's smart. Okay. Dispatch those fiends and share your findings that you might partake of my unsealed wisdom. All right, little guy. Here's your things. Yeah, and I'm not really particularly like talking about music that we don't like. I'm not particularly a fan of that type of music. You know what I mean? It's very it's Heartland, and it's not far off from like folk and country and whatnot. It's in that sort of vein, but it's generally pretty four-chordal, and it's generally pretty dry on lyrics. Like there's no poetry. They're just, well, I mean, there's poetry and there's poetry, right? I'm not saying it's not poetic in its own way, but it's very like, this is real life and I'm telling you things that are actually like words and terms in this real world. There's no flourish or magic or symbolism much. It's just kind of like storytelling, clever storytelling in lyrics, which I find to me to be much more boring and vapid to me. I like somebody to tell me how much they're feeling love or aspiration or warmth or hurt or anything. I like to hear it in symbols. I like to hear it in going around the topic. Like if you feel a certain way, I want you to paint around it and suggest what it is going on through interesting use of like symbolism, metaphor, and allegory, and that sort of thing. Not so much as real things that are happening to you directly. There are some ways that you can be straightforward in what you say while still hinting at something deeper. And I think that this type of music does that a little bit, but it's awfully narrative and straightforward. It's awfully anybody can pick this up without understanding subtext. And I like things that speak to subtext. I like feeling like I'm listening to somebody who's as smart or in my smart region. I don't necessarily say you have to be as smart as me, but I want to hear somebody who's got like real cleverness to them and not somebody who just tells stories. Yeah. I don't usually like that music, but that song was pretty well done, I thought. It was well done. To be fair, though, I don't find myself listening to it to this day. Yeah, me either. Like, cleverly written. I listened through the whole thing. I did not swipe. So, there's that. But am I going back and listening to that type of music today, these days? Not so much, right? I'm listening to the stuff I'm listening to these days, which is not related to any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, for me, repetitive, dry, and overpronounced lyrics, like I was mentioning before, like that Bare Naked Ladies sort of sound where every word is heavily enunciated. Those are the things that they immediately turn me off. Above all, the repetitiveness, the repetitive nature. I'm also not really a fan of indigenous music of any particular culture. This is not a slight or a sting or attack on any one area of the world, but whatever your traditional music may be, the older it gets and the more endemic to your entire nation and peoples, and that includes the US with country to I suppose country would be that music here. It's just not really my thing as much. I don't find myself listening to that kind of stuff. Okay. So, we gave him the 3 little things from the monsters that he was looking for. You encountered a whole herd of gorilla. It's rare indeed to see such notoriously territorial creatures band together. Mayhap it's a regional adaptation? Let's see. You also vanquished a flying lizard and a bandersnatch. The former are known for their treetop nests, and the latter are often found prowling mountainous regions in search of prey. I'm no naturalist, but they don't sound like species you'd normally find on an island such as this. I suppose someone could have transported them here, but why go to all that trouble? I can answer that. At least I could, were it not for that vexatious seal. All of his memories are sealed up in his brain. We're trying to like slowly unlock them. That's the thing. That's the gist of what's going on with this little creature. In other words, we're relying on Daya to document what she finds on her travels. Honestly, I'm starting to think Iris wasn't far off the mark about you. Roam far and wide, Daya. Help me unseal my vast reserves of knowledge and thus prove this lumbering clod wrong. Okay, if you insist. I think the only way I do that is by leveling up, though. With the local fauna surveyed, I suggest we now seek signs of former habitation. There are plenty of structures beside the settlement you found me in. To start, I want you to visit the ruins visible due south of the encampment and examine their architectural motifs. I look forward to hearing your account. All right, little dude. If you insist, do I get major quest experience from this? Doesn't look like that's true. In order to undertake the subsequent quest, you must unlock relevant entries in the occult record. Beautiful. Oh, there it is. There's the sweet, sweet knowledge up. Do I get anything cool for being the next level? This says level 2. What's going on here? I don't need that. There is a level 2 bard ability. Why do I not have that ability yet. When I'm level 2. Or I'm level 2, but Phantom Bard's level 1. Why does the Bard only have 27 of 400? 27 of 400 experience? You can't actually mouse over that and learn anything else about it. There's the cool record. We don't need that. Okay. Well. I say let's go south like they told us to. Figure out what the heck he's trying to talk about that we're supposed to go find. If we start finding anything that's higher level than like level 2, though, we'll probably foobar. Just gonna be careful. Oh, there's level 2s already. Must be cautious. If you die, I don't know if you lose levels or what happens yet. So, just be cautious about how we move. That's a level 4 already? Are you kidding me? Brutal. I guess they do want you to grind experience first. There's probably goodies in here. Now, if I get attacked, I better, like, peace out. Although, I'll tell you, I'm used to playing MMOs and running away from monsters. Plenty. I do see there's an Aetheryte down there, too, if I'm cautious. But I also might start running into even higher level enemies. That's also level 4. That's not too terrible. So we could enter the ruins, but I think we'd be putting ourselves in a really dangerous situation. There's so much room here. That's very interesting. I feel like one thing about Eureka and Bosnia is as you're walking around, you're just bound to smash into enemies. It's very hard to get anywhere. Oh, is that just the nighttime music changing? And here, everything's so open and easy to move around. Maybe they wanted that. Maybe they wanted people to feel like they could actually travel around and get where you wanted to go without constantly aggroing everything. Although now it looks like maybe I have to bounce out of here to get to that Aetheryte. I just wanted to touch an Aetheryte. I don't know where it is. Oh, I think I see it up ahead. Right past these new enemies that are level 10. God damn it. Now if I aggro, I'm going to absolutely die. Die the worst death. There's a treasure coffer here, though. Oh, I don't even dismount when I get the treasure. I like that. What is this? Doesn't say. I'm going to Aetheryte up, though. This might help us get to critical encounters in the future if I need them. But we're going to probably nope ourselves right back out of here because we're definitely in territory too dangerous for me. I like the music here. Oh no, I like music. It's completely antithetical to what we're doing here in the first place. These are level 9s. We're definitely in more dangerous territory outside the walls than inside, which is interesting. Why are the monsters outside level 9s, inside their level 4s? I saw a TikTok where this woman was talking about the impact of AI on the music. There's already way more music these days than there was before. 100,000 new tracks added per day, but AI is going to flood it to Spotify. Oh, to Spotify? Yeah. Were you here when somebody was saying earlier that they were positing that the playlists that you listen to for like your daily recommendeds or whatever could start to be padded by AI songs? Like they're not really trying to get you to engage with new artists per se, but they also don't want you to feel like you are running out of music to listen to. And because people stream so voraciously, this is a way for them to say, Like, hey, we get it. There's lots of music for you to listen to. You can just keep listening to Spotify forever and ever and ever. We'll always have all kinds of new stuff. And the hopes are, I guess, that if they did start doing this, that people just sort of passively listen to these recommended playlists anyways. They won't usually stop to check out, well, who is this artist after all? And so they can kind of keep it under wraps for a while. If they did it that way, I would think that they're gonna get it flack for it, unless they're overt about this track was AI generated somewhere in the messaging of that art, the album art, or the description of the band or whatever. When people find out that there is an actual artist, they're gonna start to try to draw conclusions. And in other words, Spotify just better be overt. If they're not overt about it, people are gonna get pissed. What did these ruins divulge? Don't spare a single detail. I'm glad I found that one mark. I ran past it the first time, didn't even see it. I didn't think it was only going to be surveying one thing either. It's pretty quick. Oh, my noggin's awash with unlocked knowledge. The structure you explored sounds to me like an Amdapori keep. The mages of Amdapur are famed for having developed white magic with its focus on restorative and purifying arts. It was in the depths of such bastions that they honed their arcane craft. But ancient Amdapur was located in present-day Twelveswood. I never heard of their people striking out this far into the Indigo Deep. I will say a keep of that size must have required a sizable workforce. The Amdapuri were renowned for the use of life-imbued statues in construction and defense. I dare say the structure you surveyed was built by such stone familiars. I sense I know a great deal more, but alas, the seal prevents me from expounding further. Might you revisit the ruins and retrieve a sample of the stonework? Preferably something imbued with ether. In the heart of the keep, there ought to be a ceremonial chamber where they would have brought their creations to life. A magicked chunk of masonry from such a place would surely suffice. Oh, if you say. I feel like that's gonna lead. Oh, okay, that's not too deep. I was like, that's gonna lead me real deep into those ruins. I'm definitely not the level for that since I got 0 experience going down there the first time. But I just got a nice chunk of experience for going down there and touching that one point. What is your take on AI generated content? I feel like a lot of people seem very negative about it. So I'm just curious if anybody here has their own ideas as to why, what they think, if anyone has a different take that they actually like. Oz for a while was listening to this one AI generated content creator that was making music with sassy, goofy lyrics. And we both were watching this one dark video maker for a while. Oh, that's a level 5. This might be dangerous up in here. Oh, this is really pretty in here. Now I'm getting into troublesome areas, though. This is dangerous for level 2. Oh, yeah, this... Oh, it's a level 22. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It looks like it's moving around, too. It is. It is roaming. It's roaming, and it's going to kill me if I get caught by whatever that thing is. Level 2 Crescent Fool. Okay. I just want to get past you. I'm so nervous right now if that thing, like, comes over here and sees me. Can you go down the stairs, please? You go down the stairs, please? Okay, cool. Am I going to be able to sneak past it? Oh my gosh. There's enough garbage out there to sift through without AI making it worse. You know, you're not wrong. There's so many bad artists that think they're great. Another critical encounter. Can I touch that without you coming up on my butt? Please don't come over here. Interesting character model for that enemy, though. Alright, I think I got what I needed. Let's get out of here. Doing all this as a level 2. Yeah. What I like about AI is that it is inspiring, especially in how it can get its details wrong. You can listen to an AI song and it feels off. Like the melody is not well crafted, or it's too meandering, or the timing is off in some way. And when you see videos, like something's wrong, something's off with the beats and the cuts, and an angle looks different. There's some reasonably good AI, but a lot of it still feels like it's missing a thing. And I think that's helping teach at least me, and maybe some of you else out there, helps teach us where things really matter, what's really important to making a good song or making a good video. Because when you see it done in a way where there's no heart behind it, where there isn't a critical human eye saying, oh, you know what, I really just don't like this, or this could be smoothed out this way, or prefer it like this. Without that, those mistakes become more blaring. And maybe you wouldn't know to include them in your own work until you see them so poorly done by AI. Now, again, will AI be poorly done forever? Probably not forever, you know. At some point, it's going to get so good, but maybe right now, it's a good time to learn from it and get inspired and feel like you have a good launching point for something else that you want to do by seeing what's not being done that great. It's fun for laughs. I've heard funny country songs and oldies that AI has completely changed the lyrics to. Yeah, kind of like that. The stuff Oz listened to is just like irreverent potty humor kind of stuff. It's like goofy and you just wouldn't get a real song passed with those kind of lyrics. Yeah. Fetch me a sample of ether-imbued stone from the ruins you visited earlier. That ought to aid in unlocking more of my knowledge. Well, for you, why not? Magic piece of masonry found in the Lost Citadel. Yeah, I'm already doing level 5 stuff, so who knows where this next quest is going to take me. Oh, a fine sample indeed. I can feel the shuttered chambers of my mind creaking open. Yeah? Then what? In short, it was not the Amdapori who built those structures. Oh, okay. Do you think whoever summoned Iris might be responsible? Precisely. The residual magics within this stone are the same I felt emanating from Iris. It was her master that built those ruins. I thought Iris was Nimian. Do you reckon whoever summoned her could also command Amdapori golems? Indeed, we're dealing with an individual rivaling my own considerable talents. Unfortunately, I can't access the rest of my knowledge concerning the matter. I'm afraid that will require more fieldwork on your part, my friend. And considering all we have seen thus far, there are doubtless signs of other civilizations here on the island. See if you can't find the ruins of 3 distinct civilizations out there. Oh, geez. This ramped up quickly. That should prove a sufficient sample size. You sent me in one ruin, and now you're like, go find 3 more. In order to take cult record. Got it. Got it. Well, you leveled me up to level 3, so, you know, at least the leveling part's moving fast. What am I supposed to do? I guess we could start going, go west, young man, and see what we see. I got a feeling like if I don't start fighting things, though, I'm gonna be massively under leveled all too fast. We'll give it a shot. See if we can see. What's that? What are these things? They're already higher level. Oh no, they're not. Level 1s. Oh, we fought one of these, didn't we? We should keep that map up. I really don't know where I'm going. It already looks like, though, this world is built like old RPGs, where it's like, hey, you want to keep going further? You're going to have to find the way around because we've made an impassable cliff somehow. So you're barred from moving forward until you find the way up. Although it looks like the way up's like literally right in front of me. Also, is it just me or the day-night cycles here way too fast? Like deliberately fast. Level 2s. Okay, I'm already level 3, so don't need to be fighting you. This actually looks like a positive way to be going, though. Here's a bunch of level 3s. I'm already discovering some new stuff here that's on par with my level. I bet AI would be really good at making engaging game music adjusts to the mood of the moment. I could definitely see that. The only thing though is I find AI to be notoriously bad right now at taking what you've got and developing it out into something. Let's fight this guy. Developing it out into something that's reminiscent of what you asked it to work with. In other words, like I've given AI a picture and said, I need you to make this adjustment to the picture. And it's just like really bad at that kind of work. And so if I had like, here's my daytime motif for my video game area, can you turn this into a quiet jazz version for nighttime? I feel like I haven't heard a lot of good success with AI in that particular regard, personally. Now, I'm not like subscribed to anything, so I'm using a lot of free services. Maybe those people who have been paying for credits for different websites have a different and better experience than I have in that regard. Okay, level 3s, not doing big damage to me, but oh, I made money. But they do survive quite a while. So just in the fighting of these guys, that takes a minute to kill them. That makes me a little bit hesitant to get into fights with higher level things. In part just because, oh man, they're already level 6s. If they can out attrition me, then I might be screwed. Yeah, you go look a different way while I grab this treasure. Also, what the heck are those? Those are actually things you can fight, I'm sure of it. Weird whale dinosaur creatures. Yeah, it might be interesting to see what paid services are capable of versus unpaid. Because right now I don't feel like I'm seeing good opportunity for AI to do the creative work. What I do see right now is AI does work you ask it to, and then you have to take it like an editor and work off of that. So the AI does shitty work, and then you're like, well, you know, E for effort, and then you go in and you try your own hand at what you've got. You've got a scaffolding of an idea, and so now you're just going to go run with that. That's what I've done with anything I've generated with AI. It just hasn't really capitulated into something for me. Uh-oh. I was afraid that one Carla boss was going to come at me. And that's with everything. I've done that with creative writing. I've tried it with music. I've tried it with coding for my job, and everything comes up short. Everything. So I always have to go in and say like, hey, great job, little buddy. You know, I'm so proud of you. I'm going to put your work right up here on the fridge. And then I go back in and actually, you know, massage it into something usable. The Teddy got me a turtle ice cream. Love it. and I just tried it. I'm thinking this could be a problem. Uh-oh. On a level of, I don't know, broccoli to cheesecake. Where does this sit as far as addiction? They definitely nerf the free stuff. I super see that, especially in video generation content. I feel like video stuff is just garbo at free. Like, it's doing okay, but it's not really... It doesn't spark joy. It gives me an idea. But also with video generation, like, what are you going to do? Like, if you don't like your created material, how are you going to make it better? You can't shoot. If you ask it to, like, you know, shoot somebody running on the beach and you don't live by a beach, how are you supposed to remake the content that they made that you didn't like that much? Closer to cheesecake, but not that level of divinity. A critical encounter right where I am. This must be Christmas. Well, I'm going to stand on this spot. Oh, Instagram. Oh no, that means everything's going to end soon. Hey, Instagram folks. My timer actually says you have 15 minutes, so I don't know why my timer goes off so soon. But if in 15 minutes we're still streaming, which I don't think we will, you can always find me on one of the other streaming platforms and continue there. I'll see if anybody wants to pick me up. Hey, somebody does. Oh no, everybody's like level 20 in this, except for me. I'm a lowly level 3. I hope they don't mind. I'm the only bard in the group. I think they artificially inflate the response time too. That I'm certain. I am so certain of that. I've definitely seen so many websites say like, oh, we'll generate this in the nearest time we can. We'll send you a notification when it happens. And then like half a day later, they're like, we did the thing. Here's your piece of art. I'm like, oh my gosh. And they all say, you know, sub for faster generation times too. Every single website. Or for more generations, right? I was using ChatGPT the other day for data analysis. On the free account, you get 1 data analysis a day. So if you ask it, can you take a look at this and analyze, or can you upload, or I'll upload this file and you take a look at the contents. 1 day, 1 a day, and then that's it. So do you have to be touching the blue goo? I think you must. That's part of the criterion. I don't see anything else. There's no like join button near here. It's just a matter of touching the right spot. Wow, there's really no other bards. People just don't want to play bard. We have some new ones I hadn't seen here. Chemist, Cannoneer. Monk, Samurai, Berserker. Fun stuff. The phantom jobs are more diverse. I'm going to die to this thing so many times over. I'm nervous about how bad I'm going to be at the critical encounters in Bozia used to kill me over and over and over again. And it's, I don't know. Not like I don't know how to play this game, but some things I'm better at reading the tells than others. Command earn. All right. Let's earn this. Let's see what they did there. Oh no, there's so many other things around the edges. What's our MO? Don't stand on the lines, perhaps? Oh, everybody's moving over here. Oh, because I see there's, yeah. Oh no, they're traveling everywhere. These little spider webs. I get it. Oh boy. I just have to follow everybody else. Plus signs. Uh-oh. Plus signs. Oh boy. Whoa. Good thing everybody else here is reacting quickly. Oh, now they're all coming to life. Okay. Just come at them all. Summoning reinforcements. Oh, it does more. And there's more of them. Lovely. I love the sounds of these. Oh no. They're happening all in a big circle. I get it. Granting permission. Wait, what's going on here? What are we doing? Oh, those exclamation points are, you better kill these. Because if the exclamation point goes off, you're in trouble. It's like whack-a-mole. Yeah, I get it. Good thing somebody has Bard in this group. I'm helping. I only have one spell. So my one little Bard spell does something anyways. Oh boy, this just keeps going. It's a lot. It's a lot to look at. Oh, did I do the thing? I survived. You need to look at so many things all at once. I don't like it. And they're traveling everywhere. I do appreciate that the majority of the people in the group are leading me correctly away from all the baddies. I just have to follow the vast crowd, the majority of everyone. We're almost at time. This might just be the last thing I do. A little celebration for having gotten here. A little treat. Why is it so easy again? Uh-oh. As I say as I get caught by my first one. Over here. Well, we're definitely getting contribution for this. Critical encounter 1. I will thank my group. I will leave the party. Okay. What all do you get for doing that? Heliometry, which is surprising. Allegan Tomestones of Mathematics, also surprising. 200 silver pieces. Okay. I support treats. I am a fan of treats, although I'm trying to cut down. I know, it's sad. I don't want to. It's hard to take AI music seriously because I think we judge the authenticity of each artist regardless of the genre, and AI just can't be authentic. And if it could, it wouldn't be interesting to humans listening to the struggles of a computer. Yeah, the best thing I could think of is like you generate the scaffolding of an idea, you tell it to AI, and then you have to tweak what you get back because it's just not going to be good on its own. They're not good enough yet, right? So that's basically what I think would be the case. Is AI is that sort of thing that maybe does bad work at best, but gives you a starting point. So you say, my song is about, you know, I just got broken up with by my girlfriend, and I want to write a song about the pain of being alone. We definitely can't go up this way yet. The pain of being alone, and I want it to be compared to rain in a rainstorm, you know, and then AI generates the song for you, and you go, oh yeah, can you do it in, like, you know, C major? The C's would not come. I had to like say the word sneeze to make the sneeze come. I was like pausing. I'm like, I promise you I'm not glitching right now, or like mentally glitching, not frozen. I'm just trying to like get the sneeze out. You tell it your lame idea for a stupid song, and then generates an even dumber song than you could possibly imagine. So you take that song, and then you have to like, well, I don't like this melody, so I'd change like these few notes, and then I like it. Or this line is super lame, so I'll just come up with a different rhyme for this word. And you probably make it work. Now, will that be faster or easier than other songwriting? Depends. When I write songs, I sit down with a guitar, I strum out something, I say some words, and a song doesn't come out, and then I get frustrated and I put the guitar away. And then on another day, I'll pick up the guitar, I'll strum, I'll put some words out, and I love it. And then the song explodes so fast, like it comes into life and into existence so quickly. Well, it sucks, but I'm going to keep saying what I was saying because some people are going to be stuck in ads, but I also want to try to end stream before it gets to be too late. Yeah, some songs just they explode. They just burst forth into life like a volcanic explosion. I'm like scrambling to get like the words down and get the tonality that I have for the melody. Like I'm finding something to record to real quick, and then I say all the words as fast as I can, and then transcribe them, and I play it like 5 times, 6 times over, so that I like memorize how I think the song's supposed to sound. Then maybe I tweak some things after the fact, but a song, when I'm writing it, just comes to life so fast. Like I'm not coming up with the words. Like I didn't write that melody. Like the chords are just flowing right through me from some other place, and my job is to be as fast as possible so I don't lose anything. It's kind of like a dream, right? You wake up and you're like, oh, I had the craziest dream. And then you start talking about that dream real fast, because if you don't tell somebody your story about the dream is gone. If you try to tell somebody an hour later, hey, I had this weird dream this morning, you won't remember what it is. But if you say it real quick, right as you've dreamt it, you got a chance. And that's the same thing with me in music. If I've got a song, real quick, I get it down, I can immortalize it in some way, by recording, by writing, by something, to get that down. That's not really great for like AI. I certainly wouldn't sit down and be like, hey, AI, I just had this great idea explode forth from me. What, at that point, I don't need the AI for anything. So, but I guess I could see it help some type of songwriter that's not me. Yeah. Thank you for the bless you. Man, that sneeze was taking forever to get out. Twitch has lost its damn mind. I just got another stream streak alert just now for Nico. What the heck? What is going on? Error 404. Hi, I love the name. I'd say hello to you, but I can't find you. All right. I hate to say it if you're just now popping up onto stream, but we're just about quitting stream right now. I got to get to bed. Another annoying workday tomorrow doing the thing that's not content creation. So, you know, there's that. I'll catch you all on the flip side. Our next streams happening are Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, I stream every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if you're here for the Wednesday stream, which is now Thursday and just ending, that stream goes from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern. It'd be 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific. Yeah. And if you catch me on the weekends, my streams are 5 hours long, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. So definitely catch me for those. Saturday, Oz and I are still doing more Uru because there's still more Uru content to be had. We do want to look at some of the like player-generated library stuff, the big red library room. If it's cool, maybe we'll play more Uru. If it sucks, maybe we'll be starting Myst 5 pretty soon then. And then Sunday, we're starting a new game. That's right. We beat Undertale to the woes of so many people that wanted to see me play it and beat it in a certain way. I don't know why you want a certain ending from that game when there are 3 endings, and one of them is very likely if you're playing it for your first time, which I was. So that ending happened last stream. What you're going to see next Sunday is a new game. What's it going to be? You'll have to come next Sunday to see which one it is. Appreciate your faces. Doom Guy, hi. I'm sorry, I'm just quitting stream right now. Have a good rest, human. That is why I joined. You joined to tell me to have a good rest? That's very kind. Well, thank you. Appreciate your faces. I will see you all on Saturday. If you are watching on Trovo, Kick, or YouTube, we're saying goodnight to you right now. I did find out how to raid on YouTube. I still don't know a lot of other streamers that do stuff in my vein that I would feel comfortable raiding out to. So, until I figure that out, I'd rather not raid on YouTube. But I will say this, if you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I will catch you all in a few days. If you're watching on Twitch, hang tight, because we're going to go raid out to somebody else. Okay, bye everybody else.